Hi, loves. Hey, hey, hey. Hi, Queen Catherine. Magnolia C904. Kima Love. Hi. Renee. J Pitts. MU77. Hi. Valerie. Hello. Looking. I'm finna moderate you, babe. Baby Blues. Hi, baby. Tyon. Patricia. My Paradise. Peekaboo. It's me, Yellow Rose. Hey. Hi, guys. Sorry I'm late. I was on a phone call. Pussycat Family, hello. Destiny Diamond. Shania Brown. Tiny, hi. Deborah, hi. Okay, Baby Blues, be careful. You're welcome, Looking. You're welcome. Hi, Lynette. Is the sound okay, y'all? Is the light okay? I feel like I'm like really, really bright. Hey, Jay Pitts. Shima, hello. Sounds good. I'm good. All right. You guys hear some ruckus in the background. It's my dogs playing around. Hi, True Seeker. I'm a bit bright. Yeah, I know. My camera's very bright, y'all, especially when it gets dark. Thank you, Shalinda. Patricia, hello. Oh, I love you guys so much. All right, babes. We're just going to chill for a minute. Gonna see if more people come in. Tonight's topic, you guys, is the family dynamic and dealing with sexual molestation victims. Now, I am not aware of anyone in the chat that wants to come up on the panel and talk about this, or if you guys just want me to talk about it. So I will start with telling my story and my dynamic with my family. And after that, if anyone wants to, comfortable enough, by all means, let my moderators know, and I will drop you an invite. Now, the one thing that we're going to do, yes, Renee, you can participate in the chat. All right, Tyann. Now, what we're going to do first is we're going to set some rules for the chat and for the new mods. For the way our chat works, guys, is we do not do timeouts over here. Only because we are adults. So we are not going to do any timeouts. Hey, Amy, how are you, my love? What the moderators will do is we have an emoji, which is basically a smack on your ass because you want to act like a child. If you want to be disrespectful, the moderator who does that smack on the ass or the punch in the face, whichever one you want, that moderator will give you a warning. If you continue to be disrespectful to anyone in this chat, you are permanently banned. So please do not send me any emails. Do not send any of my moderators any emails if you know them, asking why you have been blocked from the channel. That's number one. Number two, everyone has a right to their opinions. You can speak your mind as long as you are respectable to the topic. Okay? We're not going to judge anyone. We're not going to embarrass anyone. We're here to hold each other up and respect each other. Yes, Venus, I did get your email. Or did you send me another email? Because I think it was blank. Bless up, Stephanie. How are you? Thank you, Look, and I thought you'd like the rules. Let's see if I'm missing anything. Mods, am I missing anything? I think that is pretty much done, everything, and pretty self-explanatory. I think we all can understand those rules, which are not that hard to understand. Magnolia, Daryl, what happened to your wrench? Hi, controller. My paradise. Put your email back into the chat. Put it in the chat. Sky, are you okay, or are you not feeling well, babe? Baby, you might have to refresh. Can everyone hear me? Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Hello, Angela Martin. How are you? Yes, baby, you might have to refresh. No, Magnolia, see, I don't mind cursing to a level as long as it's respectful. No bitches, no MFers. If you want to say like, oh shit, or something like that, that's fine as long as you're respectful and you're not directing it to anyone in the chat. Okay, Sky. Well, if you ever want to, drop down, because I don't want you sick. I know that you've been really busy the past couple of days. I want you to get some rest. Yes, Stephanie. Daryl always has my back. All my moderators have my back. I love them. I love them to pieces. Hey, BB girl. Hi, baby. How are you? That's right, Looking. That's right. And I want to give major shouts out to Looking for the Truth. Looking for the Truth and I have been chit-chatting a lot on a lot of different channels, especially with Poppy. And Looking, you are a male, right? Are you a guy? I think you're a guy. You're a guy? I think you are. We have been, okay, Sky. We have been chit-chatting a lot. And Looking has always been respectful to my story about molestation. Always had my back. Very loving person. And I love his personality and his bluntness, which is why I gave him a wrench. That's the type of people that I love in this chat. Those are the type of people that I like to make moderators. My moderators have very thick skin, and that's what's important to me. Because sometimes I can get in my feelings and I can lose focus. And I will be 100% honest. They are a lot stronger than I am. And that's 100% fact. Without them, I would not even be going live. I would just continue to just do my videos. They gave me the strength to do this. Not only that, when I decided that I might leave YouTube, it was you guys, my subscribers, that gave me the strength to come back and continue to speak up for myself and you guys. Godson, hello. How are you? Hi, Cynthia. I love you too. So I want to say thank you for all of that, you guys. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I know, Looking, most definitely. I am glad that you guys are here. Thank you, Truth Seeker. Thank you. Tiny, let me know. You know what? Hold on. Another thing that I want to say, and this is for Tiny. This is something that I addressed in my old video. When those things had happened to me, as far as Denevius is concerned, with my molestation and the attack that I went through on my Facebook, Tiny was the only one to reach out to me. And at that time, I did not reciprocate that from Tiny. And it was not her fault. I was just being very guarded. And for that, Tiny, even though we've said it and we spoke about it through email or I think a comment, I want to say it again. I love you and I appreciate you reaching out to me during that time. It meant a lot. And I love you for that. Okay. So, what we're going to do is I'm going to start my story. And then after that, if you guys want to come onto the panel and speak on whether it is depression that you're feeling right now, if there's anything going on that you guys are comfortable with speaking about, I want you to know that this is a safe place. You're not going to be judged in any way. Our hearts belong to you, our ears belong to you, and we're here to listen. Right, Controller? We are all survivors. All of us that have gone through sexual molestation. Kathy, what was your comment? I don't think I saw it, love. Can you write it again? Yeah. Okay. Okay, Kathy. I have PTSD too, and clinically depressed. Okay. So let's go ahead and we're going to start with me, and I'll be the one to start it off. Mods, please take care of that. We do not do any type of promoting on this channel. If you're not here to listen to what we need to say or have to say, that is not going to be tolerated. We do promote each other's channels here, but we do not promote free giveaways. We don't do that here. Thank you, Daryl. All right. Here we go. My abuse started when I was around 5 years old. Up until that time in my life, I had a fairly happy childhood. I was living with my grandparents and my mother. And my mom met my stepfather. My stepfather was, at the time, a Chicago police sergeant. My grandparents are very protective of me. However, they liked him very, very much. They thought that he was a wonderful, wonderful person. And so did I. You know, I never had my biological father in my life. So to have a father, you know, means a lot. Whether you are a male or female, you want to have some type of father figure in your life. Even though I had my grandfather, it was nothing like a father to me, or at least in my mind. They dated for a little while, and I think maybe within a year or two, they got married. For about a year after that, the marriage was going pretty good. My first incident with him, it all started with beatings. The first time that I had gotten beat, and I say beat, y'all, when you have bruises and you have a bloody nose, that's a beating, was because he thought that I had reached up on this really tall break front. Mind you, I was 5 or 6, to get his badge. And he tormented me for hours, telling me, asking me, where is the badge? What do you do with it? Where is it? And I was saying that I don't know what you're talking about. I don't have your badge. I don't know what you're talking about. And every time I would do that, he would smack me in my mouth. And he would throw me in my bedroom. He would come back within another 15 minutes and ask me that same question. And I would always give him the same answer. And I would get smacked in my mouth. I would get beat. I would get punched. He would pull my hair because at that time I had very long hair. And he did that to me for hours, you guys, for hours. Mind you, my mom was in the next room, didn't say anything. After maybe a few hours of this beating and me screaming for my mom, she finally came into the room and said, "Here is your badge. It's been here all along." Now, you would think that an adult would say, "Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see it. I must have misplaced it. I apologize." Well, that didn't happen. What happened was I got another beating and was told to never touch his shit again. That is how my abuse started. And it wasn't just every other day, it was every single day. I was beat for not cleaning my room properly, for not eating all of my dinner when I was given dinner. I was beat because I didn't want to wear specific clothes that day. I was beat for not washing the dishes properly. And mind you, you guys, when I wouldn't wash the dishes properly, he would take all of the dishes out of the cabinet. Now, mind you, it was just me, him, and my mom at the time. So it was only 3 people living there. He would take all of the dishes out of the cabinets, wake me up at 3 o'clock in the morning, give me a beating, put me into the kitchen, and make me rewash every single dish. Keep in mind that I had to get up and go to school in the morning. And that was an everyday thing. I was the maid. I was the gardener. I was the laundry person. Everything that my mom should have been doing, I was doing. And how old did I say I was, guys? I was 5 years old when this all started. So can you imagine a 5-year-old getting up at 5 o'clock, 4 o'clock in the morning to rewash a whole cabinet full of dishes, to iron my father's police uniform, shine his badge, shine his shoes, make his bed, wash my mom and his clothes, and also take care of me. This is the type of person, you guys know I love animals. And for a little while, he would stop hitting me and he would beat my animals in front of me. He would take my dogs, what you would consider, for a ride. And when he would take my dogs out for a ride, they never came back. He did that to me on numerous occasions. So up until the age from 5 till about 11, it was just beatings every single day. Once I became a teenager, it's when the sexual abuse started. At this particular time, my mom had had my brother. So not only am I taking care of myself, I am taking care of my little brother. He rarely touched my mom. He rarely did anything to my mom until after she had my brother and she started to gain weight. And that's when he started to pick on her. But he never beat her. He would put a gun to her head, or he would throw her clothes out in a garbage bag and things like that. But he never physically beat her, or at least not to my knowledge. So they divorced, and he started dating another woman. But before they divorced, I already knew about this other woman, because this is the type of man that would take me to this other woman's house. And then I would go home and my mother will ask, "Where have you guys been?" And I would have to lie to my mom and say that we were just doing whatever, knowing all along that he was with another woman. And can you guys imagine to be put in that predicament, to lie to your mother? It was the worst. I think that was the worst. That was worse than the beatings. To have to literally look at my mom and, know what was going on and just didn't tell her. Only because of the beatings, only because of the threats to my life, the threats to my grandparents' lives, because my grandparents meant everything to me. Everything. There was no way that I was going to let him hurt my grandparents. And as a kid, when you are abused, you believe those threats. You believe them. And every time he would say, "You better not say anything or I'm going to kill your grandma. I'm going to kill your grandfather. I'm a cop. I got bodies. I can do it. It's my word over yours. Who's going to believe you?" I didn't say anything. But it was me protecting my grandparents. Truth, no, I don't think that he's a Freemason. I don't think that he is. Moni, no. My mom did not try, she did not stop him at all. It would go on for hours, and till the point to where I was screaming, and she would then step in. Yes, Truth Seeker. We live in fear 24/7. Yes, Daryl. He was a bad cop. He was the type of guy that shook down drug dealers. He was a very bad cop. So moving along, they were divorced. And the first time that he sexually molested me, well, this wasn't actual molestation. What he basically did to me was every time I knew something was going to happen to my dad with my father, he had code words for me. No one else knew what those words meant but me. And when he would come up to me and say, "Is there something that you're not telling me? How was school today?" Those were my code words. And I knew what that meant. So I come home from school. Mind you guys, I had to walk miles to get to a school bus. My father did not take me to school. My mother did not take me to school. I had to get up by myself. I had to get myself together. I had to get myself dressed. I had to make my own breakfast on top of helping my brother and get up and walk miles in Calumet Park. And Daryl, you know where Calumet Park is. Not Calumet Park, on 127th and Union. I had to walk all the way from 127th and Union to Calumet Park to catch my school bus because my school was in Oaklawn. I was too afraid of my father to ever skip school. So I come home from school one day and he says to me, "Did you go to school today?" And I said, "Yeah, I went to school today." "No, you're a fucking liar. Go take off your underwear so I can smell them." This is what he tells me. "Go take off your underwear so I can smell them." I'm 13 years old. I'm supposed to take off my underwear so you can smell them. And I refused. He threw me down. He pulled my underwear off. He smelled them, pushed them in my face, and told me that I am a whore and that I was out fucking boys. After I got a beating, I got dressed. We got into the car. We went to school. And my school was the type of school where you do homeroom. And homeroom was where attendance was taken. So we go to the office and he says, "Did she come to school today?" And they said, "Yeah, she was in school today. She wasn't late for any classes. She's been here." He gave me this look, and he always did this stuff behind the scenes, y'all. He never did it in front of people. And we get outside, we get in the car. He proceeds to punch me in the face and hold my ear, like right here, and literally pinching it and saying to me, "Now you know what the fuck will happen if you ever skip school." So after that, I got home. I did my chores. I was thrown in a crawl space, which is why I have such a fear of spiders to this day. And I was sitting in that crawl space for literally, I didn't have a clock or anything, but I know it was daylight when I went in there, and it was dark when I was let out. My brothers and sisters that he has from a prior marriage was there, and you can hear all the fun that they were having upstairs. You can hear the food, you can hear the plates, you can hear the laughter while I was alone in the crawl space. I was finally let out of the crawl space to take a bath, do my homework, clean up their mess, and go to bed with no dinner, no drink, no nothing. The sexual abuse started when I was about 13. What he did, Moni, they knew. They knew where I was. They knew where I was. The only one that tried to help me was my brother. And he wasn't even a biological brother. He wasn't my biological brother. He's the only one that tried to help me. But whenever my father would find him helping me, he would get in trouble as well. However, his abuse or his beatings was never as severe as mine because his mother would step in and help him. She wouldn't help me, but if he was to ever try to do something to her children, she would step in and help him and help them. Hi, Yabate. What had happened when the sexual abuse started, I was around 13. And mind you guys, an abused child, we tend to, even as adults, we tend to miss time. We forget dates and things like that. So it's not like I don't remember. It's just that our dates kind of get pushed in the back burner for some. It's our memories suppressing things. So around 13, so that's why I say around. So around 13, 14, my stepfather decided that he wanted to go on a trip. And it was just me and him. We went to Phoenix, Arizona. He didn't take any of my siblings. He didn't take my stepmom. He just took me. And I'm packing my clothes. And he comes in with this black, like little black spaghetti dress that he got from my stepmom. And what am I doing with a dress that's meant for a grown woman? I'm not a grown woman. I am still a child. I'm a teenager, but I'm a child. And he made me pack this dress. We get to Phoenix, Arizona. We get to the room. You guys would think that it would be a double bed, right? No, it was a single bed. Yes, Elaine, he's still alive. So it was a single bed. We get dressed. He makes me put on this dress. We go to dinner where he has a lot of his friends. So I'm assuming it may have been a business trip. At least that's what I'm thinking because he knew a lot of people there. And instead of him addressing me as his daughter, he addressed me as his little girlfriend. And I'm thinking in my mind, clearly, these people can see that I am not a grown woman. I did not have breasts, you guys. I did not have a body of a woman. I still had the body of a child. Ebony, my grandma, up until this time, had passed away. She had kept me from him from time to time, but he would play little games. he would say, if you get everything done, you can go see your grandparents. And I would be so excited. And I would get everything done as quickly as I could possibly get it. He would take me to my grandparents, and I would be there literally an hour, you guys. And he'll come back and pick me up. And he did that with me all the time. So I never was comfortable because I knew that once I got to my grandparents' house, that he would be right back to pick me up for whatever reason, whatever excuse he would get to get me out of the house. And my grandparents would always say to me, especially my grandfather, because my grandfather was an OG. So he always had that 45 on him. And he would always say to me, you don't have to go. You want to go, Little Debbie Snack Cake? Because that's what they used to call me, Little Debbie Snack Cakes. And all I can remember in the back of my mind was, I got bodies and I will kill your grandparents and I will get away with it. So every time my grandfather would say that to me, I would say, no, I want to go. I want to go home. So by the time the sexual abuse started, Mooney, my grandmother had passed away and my grandfather was suffering from prostate cancer. He was an alcoholic. He was living with my aunt. So there was really nothing that he can do. And at that particular time, I was not going to burden my grandfather. I wanted my grandfather to live out his last days in peace. Yes, Moni, I think my grandfather did know. But I was never there long enough. And my father had the phones tapped, y'all. So I couldn't call. I couldn't call anybody. The phones were tapped. You know, so if I would even think about making a phone call, it's a wrap. Yes, Big Michi, I'm going to open the panel in a second. So back to the Arizona trip. I'm clearly thinking that someone's going to see that I am a child and someone will come to my rescue. Well, no, didn't happen. I was given alcohol. I was given drugs, which is why I had a very bad drug addiction. No, Lulu, he's still alive, doing very, very well financially, and he's still alive. After getting me very, very drunk, very, very high, we go back to the room. Mind you, I was not that drunk that I didn't know what was going on. I understood and knew exactly what was going on. And he proceeded to say to me, do you know what it's like for a man to touch your breast? And guys, I didn't have breasts. I knew what breasts were, but I didn't have them. And I didn't say anything. I mean, what do you say in that situation? And he said, I'm going to show you how a man is supposed to touch a woman. I wasn't a woman, but this is what he did. So he proceeded to touch my breast. He's pulling down the dress. He's touching my body. And that is when the first time I was molested. No, Shauna, it was just me. After that, someone else entered the room and they proceeded to do the same thing. So it was two. My stepfather and another guy that for the life of me, I know who he is. However, I cannot remember his name. After the Arizona trip, the Phoenix trip, the sexual molestation was maybe 2 times a day, 3 times a day, just depended on when he wanted to do it. And after that, I was thrown into the bathroom, made to take a bath, and thrown back into the crawl space. I thought that if I would do everything that my stepfather asked me to do, that the one place I did not want to go was into the crawl space. And he knew that. So he would say to me, Ebony, at that time, my mom had moved away and I was back and forth. So my mom would take me to live with her for a little while, throw me back to him. And I was bounced back and forth between the both of them till I was about 8. So if he would tell me to do certain things, and I would do those certain things, because one, I didn't want anyone to get hurt, like my aunt or my little brother, you know, or anyone like that. And I didn't want to go back into the crawl space. So I would do whatever my stepfather would tell me to do. But in the long run, I still ended up in the crawl space. Janice, I was his only stepchild. There are 6 kids in the family. There's actually 2 other. There's me as a stepchild and a brother that is a stepchild. The other children in the family is his biological children with 3 different women. But he didn't do those things. I was the targeted child. I was the one that was targeted for the abuse. Nobody else was. It was just me. Right, Controlla. Hashtag you're not alone. Yes, Sunny G, it is very empowering for me. Yes, Moni. And I still am traumatized. I still am. Looking for the truth. From my recollection, there may have been other children there, but after him giving me alcohol and drugs, I 100% cannot tell you if there was or not. I don't know. Destiny, my mom left me with him because she felt that she was not financially stable to take care of me. So she left me with him. Although she knew some of the things that was going on, she won't admit it. She won't even admit it to this day. But that's why she claims she left me with him. Yes, Simply Southern, my mom is still alive. And she does not talk to me at all. Yes, Deborah, I do. I have a therapist and I also have a psychiatrist. I have been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, PTSD, social anxiety. What else, y'all? Dissociative disorder. In dissociative disorder, if you guys Moni, I think she is, but until she can be a woman and admit her wrong, I don't have anything to say to my mom. Dissociative disorder. Yes, Cynthia, I have. And when I confronted him, he proceeded to write me a check for $1,000. So I guess that $1,000 was to keep me quiet. Yes, Della Rose, I keep a journal and also my poetry. Karima, I do have panic attacks. If there's a certain smell, a certain tone of voice, I can go into a panic attack. Candy, I try to write, but my thoughts get kind of jumbled sometimes. It's easier for me to talk than it is for me to write. Um, so with my dissociative disorder, a lot of people may know it as multiple personality disorder. And I don't like saying this, and I'm putting myself out on the line right now with multiple personality disorder. But it is, I have 4 different types of personalities, you guys. I have a very strong personality, a very dominating personality, which you guys tend to see when I'm angry. I have a very docile personality that kind of not says anything. I have a boy personality that likes to fight a lot, which is what you guys will hear when I'm very aggressive. And then I have a little girl personality that cries a lot, that's very afraid a lot. Yes, looking. I'm learning how to control them now because I'm only maybe 2 years into this diagnosis because I started to have a lot of seizures. And every time I would get out of my seizures, I would go into a very domineering personality that's foreign to me. Um, so I'm learning how to be able to control them and not let them control me. It's mainly the domineering one that likes to self harm. I cut myself, burn myself, swallow things. Um, I've been in and out of the hospital for numerous suicide attempts, some of them that I don't even remember doing. And you can only imagine going into the emergency room for a suicide attempt and you don't even remember doing it. And then trying to explain that to people. And then I wake up after having emergency surgery because I've swallowed something under suicide watch with people basically babysitting me. And I'm not understanding why these people are in my room. You know, looking, I know you do. I know you do. Yes, Patricia. Yes. Right, Karima. And you guys, what's so weird, and I think I've said this before, I never even knew that I had mental illness, you guys. I mean, thinking back now that I know what it is, especially bipolar disorder, when I would jump back and forth from job to job to job, I would like keep a job for 6 months and then I'll quit the job or I'll get money and I'll spend all my money and then, worry because, oh my God, I've spent all my money. How am I going to take care of things? Yabate, you're welcome. You're welcome. I didn't know that that was bipolar disorder. It was, I didn't know. I would get really, really hyped up and I'll spend all my money and I'll go partying and I'll do all these crazy things. And then the next thing I know, I'm really, really low and I'm crying and I'm upset. And it was just an up and down thing until I finally got therapy and was diagnosed with these things. Right, controller? Because that's what I was doing. I was self-medicating with drugs. And mind you guys, I was a drug addict from the age of 13. My dad was giving me drugs that he would get from the drug dealers. And I'm not talking about weed, y'all. I'm talking about cocaine. He never shot me up with heroin, but it was cocaine. That's what I was doing. And then I got to the point to where I can get it on my own. And so I was sniffing cocaine every single day. I was going out partying every single day. Every single day. Once I finally, the end all to be all between me and my stepfather is I was 17 years old. And I finally fought back. He started his little game with me about what do you have? Do you have something to tell me? Take off your underwear. And I didn't do it. And we were fighting. And he took his hands and put them around my neck. And he was literally choking me. And I'm fighting and I'm screaming. And the one person that came to my rescue was my stepbrother, Eugene. And I love Gene. And he's the only one in our family that I talk to on a daily basis. He's the only one that came and got him off of me. And I ran out of the house. I had nothing. He ran to get his gun. He told me that no matter where I go in the city of Chicago, I will be found floating in the Mississippi River. I stayed in the projects with friends that I thought were friends, but they really, I won't even say thought were friends. They were friends because they took care of me. I didn't get raped. I didn't get beat. I was taken care of. And I, mind you guys, I still went to school. I still went to school, even though I had ran away. Even though he said that he was going to come after me and kill me and all of this bullshit, I still went to school, and that was the one time my mother came for me. The one time she came for me to pick me up from school and asked me, why did I run away? And I told my mother everything. And she didn't do a damn thing. Nothing. Nothing. She didn't say, you would think that had someone told me, my daughters came and told me that shit, you guys wouldn't even know me because I'd be locked up somewhere. Because I'd kill them. But what does my mom do? She acts as if it didn't happen. She continues to spend Christmas with them. She continues to talk to them on a daily basis and wants nothing to do with me at all. I loved my mom unconditionally, but the last straw with my mother was this year. Me and my mom have not talked since I dropped that video, A Letter to My Mom, where I wrote that letter, you guys, when I was 25 years old. I'm 45 now. She saw that letter and read that letter herself at 25. She saw it on my channel. She's all upset about it. commenting on the fact that I am airing out dirty laundry, and I hadn't spoken to her. So, you guys know my birthday was on Christmas Eve, and my grandmother's birthday was on Christmas, and my husband knows how much I love my mom. I love my mother to death. I don't care about all of that stuff. That's my mom. And my husband said to me, "Do you want your mom to come for Christmas?" And I said, yes. He put my mom on speakerphone, guys, and said to my mother, "Do you want to come for Christmas? Your daughter misses you." No, I don't have anything to say to her. She is dead to me. So, I am dead to my mother. I am dead to my stepfather. I am dead to my siblings. Except for that one who is not even a biological sibling. And it's like you go back into your mind, even as an adult, you go back into your mind and you say, okay, what did I do? What did I do to make these people hate me so much? I did not ask to be here. I did not ask to be born. I did not ask to be abused or raped, molested. I didn't ask for any of that. And all I wanted to do was start this channel to help people like me to be able to move on and start living for ourselves and no longer live under that dirt and that guilt that they put on us. But yet, I am the black sheep of the family because I was the one to come out and tell the truth. I knew what the backlash would be from that side of the family, but I didn't think that it would come from my own mother. I never once yelled at my mom. I never once accused my mother of anything. All I wanted was my mother's acceptance. I didn't even want an apology. I just wanted the acceptance because all my life I was fighting for my mom's attention and affection. I was fighting for my mom when he was married and my stepsister came into the picture. And she treated her more like a daughter than she treated me. Right, Candy Kisses. That's all I wanted. That's all I wanted was love. That's it. I wasn't asking for anything I don't think that no normal person would want. And so to hear my mom say to me that you are dead to me hurt me more than anything he ever did to me. And so now I have to let my mom go. I cannot be a part of my mother's life. So, J Pitts, I will do that. Thank you. Right, Karima. That little girl needs that acceptance and that love, and it's hard when you don't get it because you feel like you're missing out on something. I don't know what a mother's love is. I've never had it. I've never had what a father's love is. I had it with my grandparents, but it's different with the grandparents, you know? You want it from a parent. And it was hard for me in the beginning, you guys, to even love my kids because I didn't know what it was. It was like a touch to me felt disgusting. It didn't feel right. My kids would go to hug me and I would push him away. I would push him away because it was all distorted. It was all distorted for me. I didn't know. I couldn't decipher the difference between the two. It was like, okay, well, these are your kids. But then that other part of me was like, no, this is my personal space. And I need my personal space. Right, Moni? You keep moving forward. Yes, Stephanie. It's hard when, as a kid or even now as an adult, you want the acceptance from your family. You just want that acceptance from the family. You don't want anything more. You just want to be accepted for who you are and loved for who you are. But they don't even know who you are, Stephanie. They don't know who I am. If anybody within the chat right now and going through this, they don't know us. I want to see that part of us that they have hidden away. I love and care about you guys too, Jay. Thank you so much. Years. 7 years old now. The chat is going really fast. I'm living, Yolanda, I'm going to read your comments. I'm living the same life. I am alone. I can't have children for being raped many, many years as a child. I'm 47 years old now. I was raised in foster care. I found my real mom. She verbal. I didn't get the rest of that. Yes, Yellow Rose, I do have a huge family with you guys, and I love you guys so, so much. Thank you, Felicia. Michael, I hope so. I hope so. And I know that a lot of people, and even Sky had this conversation with me. And I do forgive them. I forgive them for myself. I do. It was very hard to say that I forgive them. But I do forgive myself. Forget? No. Well, no. But I will forgive. Truth seeker, my family acts like I'm an alien. Strangers constantly say how sweet I am. I just rescue animals. Yeah. Oh, Kira, don't cry. Your truth because. Right, Shauna. It's hers as well. It's hers as well. It's her truth as well. And until she comes to grip with it, she's going to suffer. Oh, baby, you was adopted? You're welcome, Marquita83. I'm trying to reach you guys. Hi, L Slider. Thank you, Jay Pitts. That's very sweet of you. Thank you. Yes, please read what Chief just said, y'all. Cry tears that will cleanse your souls. This is therapeutic for the queens. Yolanda says, physically, emotionally, and mentally abused me because I was a rape baby by a relative of my mother. Yes, Yolanda. Thank you, Destiny, and I love you guys too. Give me 1 second. Let me ask someone to take the dogs out. Give me 1 minute, guys. Okay. Now, before I open the panel for anyone who wants to come up, are there any questions for me? Hi, Samika. Yes, Yolanda, it's very hurtful. Yes, Moni Madness, my kids know. They know I'm very open with my children. They've known for a very long time because it was very hard for me to allow my children to be babysat. It was hard for me to leave my children with people, and I kept my daughters away from my stepfather, and they wanted to know why. And I'm a very open person, and I don't keep secrets from my children, so they know. Right, Controlla? And that's what it is. It's like the mother is the soul of the household, and you know, and when your mother doesn't speak up for you, it's like as a kid, who do you feel comfortable going to when your own mother? Does it interfere with you and your husband's Jay Pitts? Yes, it does. Sexual relationship with my husband is very, very difficult because that's when I get the majority of my flashbacks. And that personality that comes through, that has that fight personality, tends to fight that off. And if I allow any type of sexual relations between me and my husband, that personality gets very, very destructive and tends to want to lash out and hurt me. Thank you, Michael. Oh, Janice, thank you. Yes, controller. It's hard. It causes problems. I'm not even going to say that it doesn't. It causes problems in my marriage. But I do have to say that my husband is very strong and understands now. Chief, stronger, I have a question. Are you in need or want of some kind of therapy or anyone else? Yes, Chief, I have therapy. I have my psychiatrist and my therapist. But if anyone wants to reach out to Chief, please feel free. Moni, did you have any best friends growing? Moni, I did. I had a lot of friends growing up, but you know what my stepfather would do? He would start to alienate me. If there were certain friends that I liked to hang out with more than the other, he would alienate me from them. He would put me on punishment or whatever he could do to get my friends to stop coming around. So I lost a lot of friends in the process. I didn't really start getting any really good friends until I was a senior in high school. Hey, Center Court. Still trying to make a child I raised passed away from spinal fit this woman. Yeah, it makes you think something. I know I don't, but right, controller. You always think that it's something wrong with you. Always. Right, Kathy? You have to. That's the thing. We have to start to be able to live for ourselves and stop holding their pain, stop holding their dirt, stop holding their baggage because it's their baggage. They put it onto us and expect us to carry it. And that is a very, very heavy load. And you have to let it go. You have to drop it. And it's easier said than done because there are some things that I have not let go, but I learned to deal with it. Right, Daryl? And you would think the last person to do that, you would think would be a cop, right? You would think that, especially back in those days. We're just now hearing about, the Catholic Church and what they're doing. I used to get my ass whooped by my daddy, never hurt. That's how they were raised. Right, Iman? Right. And that's what makes us who we are. It's like when we go through that, we just have that demeanor because we have to have that aggressive demeanor about ourselves. And it has nothing to do with us being bitches or anything like that. It's just a part of who we are. But I never beat my son. My parents always say some show by doing things, but I'd rather hear. Right, Yvonne. Right. And that's a big misconception, guys. I'm glad Yvonne brought that up. That's a big conception where people feel like those who were abused become the abuser. That's bullshit. I was abused, but I never sexually molested my children. I never beat my children. Did I discipline my kids? Yes, but I didn't go overboard. When you are having bloody noses the way that I had, and welts and being thrown in crawl spaces and not being able to eat, that's abuse. Discipline and abuse are two totally different things. My ex-husband tried to kill me, and that is when the nice Yvonne left. Right, Yvonne? Right. Right. But Yvonne, you know that you have that sweet, loving interior. I saw that when we were on the platform together. You have the most prettiest smile, and I can feel your spirit. You are a wonderful person. I don't want you to ever think that you're not. You are a wonderful, wonderful lady, and I love you. Hi, Mimanya. Right, Kathy. And I'm sorry I'm not reading all of your comment, babe. Right, Stephanie? Right. Because you don't want to feel like you're hurting your kids. Right, Yvonne? Exactly. And that's the good thing about it. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I could fight off my father, guys, a police officer who tried to choke me, if I can fight him, then ain't nobody in this motherfucking world I'm afraid of. I ain't scared of no damn body at all. But we grew up happened to be our biological father. She said the exact thing that says there. She said, yeah. Right, right, Candy Kisses, exactly. It's like we learn what not to be. We can either become the abuser, you know, or we can become who God meant us to be. We can love our children unconditionally. However, we can also discipline them. We don't have to go overboard with it. Okay, Co-Pepsi, I hope you feel better. Exactly, private name. Exactly. Right, Candy? We are. Do you feel like you was ready to talk? Larissa, yes. The reason why I felt like talking about it because I built up to this in some of the the very first videos that I did, so that I wouldn't just jump on here and talk about it, because I wanted to get a feel of who was going to subscribe to the channel. You know what I'm saying? I wanted people to see where this channel was going. And as soon as I was getting the subscribers and the emails and the responses from those first few videos, I felt comfortable enough to be able to come on here live and talk to you guys about it. Thank you, Jay. Thank you. So, if there are no more questions for me, would anyone like to get on the panel and share? It's up to you. You don't have to. Just let me know, or if there's anything that you want me to say on your behalf. Thank you, Michael. Michael says, peace to all my sisters who share a similar story. Our queens are precious and need to be protected. True. True secret. No, all my brothers have 4 children. I was scared to have kids. I didn't want to spill my pain on child. Although now I know I would have never. Right, true secret. And that's the other part of it. Is that you do tend to do that. Some people tend to do that, and I've done it. You know, I've went off on my kids on things that I should not even have done, but because I was just so frustrated with my life and with what everything, you know, that was going on. What happened with Yvonne, y'all? Did she get what happened? Okay, controller. I mean, if there's any to come on, if any, I mean, what was that noise? Oh yeah. Let me see if I can go back and find her. Hold on. Okay, it should. I had to put them in timeout, but it should be able to come back out. Truth Seeker, what you can do is you drop your email in the chat, and then I send you an email and invite you, and then you just accept the invite. Sorry, guys. Sky's having technical difficulties, love. Thank you, Deborah. But yes, anybody who's comfortable, by all means. Right, controller. If you're on your phone, you have to download the Hangouts. If you're on your PC, I can send the email and it will invite you through. For some reason, Hangouts won't allow us to drop the link in the chat anymore. Candy, do you want to get up? Yellow Rose, and I will. I will. Thank you. I will. I got you guys. Hi, Linda Brown. I'm good. How are you? All right, Candy, can you drop your email in the I can copy it and send you an invite. Are there any signs that you can recognize in small children if we expect? Yes, J Mac, definitely. If you find that your children, the very easy sign, y'all, if you find that a child, let's say a child was very comfortable with someone at a time, okay? And that child starts to feel very, very uncomfortable, not wanting to be around that person, that is a telltale sign that something is going on. If your children are starting to act out in any type of way, some type of way that you guys know is not normal to that child, something is going on. They're not going to come out and tell you because please believe if someone is hurting that child, they are being threatened. You have to look at the signs if they are using the bathrooms on themselves, if they are hiding when someone gets around them. Those are telltale signs. Do not be afraid. Candy, I sent you an invite. Do not be afraid to ask your children if anyone is touching them. I don't care how old they are. If you have taught your children good touch, bad touch, they will know. If they're touching themselves, if you find them playing any type of sexual games with one another or even with their toys, you need to be vigilant about that and you need to ask them.
I'm here. You hear
Hey,
me?
hey,
Hey.
hey, Chrissy Poo.
How are you doing? I look like a hot mess.
Look at
God.
you up here. Y'all, this is one of my besties, y'all.
Hi guys.
This
Please
is
don't mind me. I look a hot mess, y'all.
we don't care.
I know. It is what it is.
So my bestie, you guys, she's gonna share
Yeah.
something that she wants to share with you guys. So you have the floor. I'm gonna mute myself so you don't hear my dogs in the back.
You
And I'm
straight,
here
girl.
for you. You know I'm here for you 100%. Everybody in the chat got your back. So you go ahead and speak your truth, babe.
All right, let's do this. Okay, guys. Um, let's see. It started when I was little. I was adopted by my biological uncle when I was 3 months old. So, um, with that being said, as I got older, um, I didn't know I was adopted until I was old enough to realize of the questions of, okay, why is your parents white and you're black? Well, of course, at that age, I was asking questions like, okay, I know somebody didn't just birth me like that. So what's going on? Okay, so when I finally found out I was adopted, I never knew who my biological mother was or my father. I never knew who my father was. So by that time, my curiosity grew as I got older, and they would show me pictures of what she looked like. Um, I didn't actually talk to her until I was actually, I want to say, between 11 or 12. And so we tried to make a relationship, and, I asked her questions of like who my father was and all this stuff. And so when I finally met my mother, I was 15, 14, and nothing like I thought it was. Um, I don't know where to start. There's like so much. Um, as far as abuse goes, um, my abuse. mental abuse and my physical abuse started when I was 8, between 7, 8. Um, a lot of it due to jealousy because my biological uncle, I was a daddy's girl, and I'm guessing she didn't like that. So she would always uh, use her rage against me because as I was growing up, I witnessed her getting her ass whooped all the time. Uh, when I was little, my dad was an alcoholic, uh, and I seen a lot of rage, a lot of rage. Um, so I guess to her, I guess it was okay. Well, I'm gonna take it out on you since I can't get to him because she gets her ass whooped. Um, with that being said, I was always the black sheep. She always treated her own way different from me. Um, I want to say I don't know if there was racism in that because of her history background. I just know that when I was younger, she popped the N word of not liking nigger music. Um, it goes on and on. Her son, when the molestation started when I was 8. Um, he did that to me for about all the way up until I was 11, and um, I want to say my father knew about it. I want to say he did because you can't sit here and tell me that all the times I'm sitting on the couch, he's you know with a blanket and he's like like stuff like that, just little things like that. You can actually see, you can see abuse, you can see molestation start, and it never got anywhere. And if it wasn't for Miss Deb and shout out to Dynasty, um, nobody would know my story today because that's just how ashamed I was because I didn't know what it was until I got old enough to realize I was molested. And so with that being said, I've actually gotten stronger day by day, and I'm glad I met this sister Deb because you know why? Because she helped me get through a lot of my everyday struggles when it comes to abuse, when it comes to mental abuse, when it comes to molestation, the relationship I never had with mother, my biological father. Um, it hurts. It hurts, guys. It hurts. I see exactly where Deb is coming from on that because you just want love. That's all you want. And when you're trying to reach for that love and that love don't reach you back, it's very hurtful. It's very, very hurtful, guys. And, to all my people in the chat that went through this, my heart hurts so bad for you guys. Like, I just want to reach out here and just give you the biggest hug ever because nobody's going to know what that shit can feel like until you actually been in that person's shoes before. And it does fuck with your everyday life. Um, it does. It messes with you so bad that it feels like it puts a halt in your life that you can't move forward until you actually can talk to somebody that actually has been through that. Therapists, they work, but they don't help. Um, I've been through, going through therapy and, medication. And when you take that medication, you just feel even worse about yourself because you feel like you can't be the person you can be because you have to be medicated in order to feel better about yourself and feel better to actually go out here and be like, okay, I can do this. Um, yeah, guys, shit's real. Um, I mean, PTSD is real, and um, mental abuse is real. And honestly, to me, um, when it comes to like right now, um, I haven't spoke to my biological mother in almost 2 years because uh, she she hates the fact that I'm nothing like her. Um, I'm very blunt out of the rest of my siblings, and there's 7 of us guys, and the only one I've talked to is my older sister, only because she was not raised in the household with her. She was actually adopted out when she was 3. Um, so a lot of it too with her is I don't know. I couldn't tell you like where her head is at when it comes to our relationship because she don't want a relationship with me. And so with that being said, something stuff like that I just here lately I've just had to let go because at the end of the day, you don't want me. I can't sit here and cry for, my mother when she's not even here and she don't want to be here. And as far as like with my other mother, same goes for her. Like, if I'm not her favorite, then she has nothing to do with that. So therefore, it's very hurtful to me to know that I have 2 mothers out here that don't give a damn about their child. You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, I've got to keep going. I can't. I've gone through so much hurt with both of them. I can't do it anymore, man. Like growing up, I never not having that mother. I didn't know how to be a woman. I didn't know how to grow. There was a lot of things that I couldn't do because I didn't know how. I didn't know how. So with that being said, I actually had to reach out to a lot of the, girls that I was friends with in school, like with their mom. So it's like when I look at their mom, I'm like, well, damn, I wish I had that. Like a lot of them had to teach me things, to help me be a woman because I never had her there. Like I remember when I was 12 and I started my, my womanhood. That's something, you would think that they should be proud of, but no, no. My dad was there and he was like, "Oh, just wait on your mother to get here." Okay. First of all, she's at work. It was gonna take her 3 to 4 hours to get home. What am I supposed to do? You know what I'm saying? Like I can't stop this from coming out. So what am I supposed to do? So she basically tells me, well then take her to do what she said. Okay, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. What am I supposed to do? Like there's with her, it's very sad. It's very sad to be so angry at somebody like that. Like it takes so much toll on you. Like you just can't do it anymore. Like
Right. And that's the hard part. It's like when you feel like you have to let go of a parent, it's that's the most difficult part. But
mhm,
I look at it like this, for my mom to say to me that I am dead to her, and then it makes it a little bit more easier for me. Then I
right,
won't feel as guilty. It's like, okay, I tried to do what I can do. I have reached out on so many levels. And for whatever reason, whether it is jealousy because your husband chose to do those things to me, or whether it's
mhm,
guilt, whatever it is, that is something that she is going to have to deal with. I'm going to
exactly,
still love, right? I'm going to still love my mother because she is my mother. But if she can dismiss me to the point to where she says I am dead to her, then that's the way it's going to be. She will be dead to me until she wants to make things right. I'm not going to know. I'm no longer going to do it. You can't because it'll keep tearing you down. And all it's going to do is continue to bring up those memories. And all you're going to do is feel bad within yourself and you're going to get suicidal and you're going to want to pop pills. You're going to want to do whatever you can do to soothe yourself because you're not getting it from the people that you need it from. And you're going to find all the wrong ways to do it. And then the unfortunate part about it is you're going to have those people when a suicide attempt is real, when you really die, it's too late. It's too late to come to me. It's too late to come to Candy. It's too late to come to anybody at the particular moment at that time to say, I'm sorry. Because we're not going to know it then. You need to do it now. Because when we're gone, we're gone. And then you're going to be left with that pain. If you really loved us, if you really cared about us, you're going to be left with that pain. Once we're gone, we're gone. We can't come back. We're not going to hear you crying at night. We're not going to hear you saying, oh God, I'm so sorry. Why didn't I listen? We're not going to hear it. What we can do is say, hey, you're our mother. We love you because you're our mother. And that's as far as it's going to go. I'm no longer going to give you any more of my energy. I'm no longer going to give you any more of my love. I'm not going to give you my compassion because you're not giving it to me. So why? Just because what? I'm your child that I have to give it to you? Is that fair?
And you know what? And you know what? Just like you said, like we was, when we got brought into this world, all we expected was to be loved, not hurt and tore down.
Right.
That's all we expected was open arms. And when you have a mother that can look you in your face or tell you that you're not her daughter or her child, that is so hurtful.
Mm-hmm.
That is. Because I came out of you. You came out of your mother. Like, how do you respect a woman who could say that about her own child?
All right.
When you're all that child got.
All right. And it doesn't even matter. Like we were talking earlier today, it doesn't matter how old we are. You know what I'm saying? A lot of people can be like, ah, you're grown, get over it. But it doesn't matter how old you are. If my parent is still alive, I want the love from my parent.
Right.
She is my mother. I want the love from my mom. I want to be able to go and spend Mother's Day with my mom. I want to be able to go to my mom on her birthday and spend her birthday with her. Her to spend my birthday with me. You know, I can be 90 years old, and if my mom was still alive, I would want my mom to be my mom. I don't like to have to write in my journal or listen to some music to express my thoughts or my feelings. I want to go to my mother,
But
and have my mom say to me, it's going to be okay. But
and
instead, go ahead, babe.
yeah, and like you said, I didn't mean to cut you off, babe. And like you said, that is so true because when us as mothers, when our children come to us like with a cut up knee, who do they come to? They come to their mother.
They come to
And
their
when you
mothers.
don't yeah, and when you don't have that, who do you turn to? Besides, like, a lot of us that turn to drugs, sex, like, you know what I'm saying? So if we're not getting it from them, we're gonna get it from all the wrong places. And that's exactly me growing up. See, that's where all that came about. And I know a lot of the ladies or men had came about as well. You go to something else that's negative in your life.
Right.
Like when you're not getting the love you're going to get it from somewhere else, and that could put you in a bad predicament.
Right. And with me, I was like, the drugs for me, y'all, was my go-to. I could not without that drug because it took away everything that I was feeling. Everything. Because you get so tired of those memories. You get so tired of that pain. And when you don't have anyone to go to, especially a parent, where are you going to go? Like I told y'all, I was addicted to drugs at 13 by my stepfather. So who actually got me addicted to drugs? And to fight every day from opioid abuse, and that makes me a drug addict. Never done those things to me had he never introduced drugs into my life at 13. I know in myself, in my heart, and who I am, I would have never picked up a drug. Ever. I would have never picked it up. I have to fight every day because of an opioid addiction. My drug addiction, guys, and like I said, I'm 100% real with y'all. It is so bad at times that my husband has to take my opioids away from me. Because even though I come on here and I'm smiling and I'm happy, in the back of my mind, I need a Percocet. Percocet. For real, for real. And it ain't even because I'm in pain. Not physically, but emotionally. And I don't want to deal with the emotional pain because it does not go away. It's with you for every single day. Every single day. It's never going to go away. No matter how much therapy, like Bestie said, like it's not. No matter how much therapy we go through, because all they do is what? Throw more pills at you. They keep throwing the pills. It's like all is talk. I don't need a freaking pill.
I need help.
I need help. But they want to throw pills at y'all. If you guys could see my medicine cabinet, you would think that I was a pharmacy. For every single thing. Every single thing. And 95% of them ain't good for shit. On top of taking a pill for anxiety, now I'm tired and I'm sleeping all day and I'm like a zombie. I can't do shit. When my seizures come on, because that medication zombs me out. It makes me high. So then when I want to get away from some bullshit, I'm looking for Keppra. Not because I'm having a seizure or I feel a seizure is coming on. It's just because I want to get high. And that's my father's fault and my mother's fault. But they want to blame me for being the drug addict. I've never come on here with you guys being high or doped up. But I will admit the fact that I do have an opiate problem. And I'm not the only one that has an opiate problem. Hospital because of pain. Give me an aspirin. Don't dope me up with Dilaudid. But that's what they do. They see a person that comes in with mental illness. They don't see me coming in from physical pain Because believe it or not, there are some doctors that claim our pain is in our head. It's not real. It's not as bad as you think it is. But at the same time, you give me an IV and dope me up with Dilaudid.
That's dollar signs to them.
Exactly. And it's all because of what we've been through. And it has not been taken care of. Right, Jay Pitts? We get hooked. And it's not on purpose. I'm not going out in the street looking for crack. I'm not going out in the street looking for whatever it is they're selling out on the street. That goes to show y'all that I'm not no drug addict like some people claim I am. I don't know a drug or what it's called. All I know is a Percocet because that's the first thing they want to throw at me. Somebody got their YouTube. Is that you, Truth Seeker?
No, I don't think so.
No?
It could be. This is my first time on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't hear it anymore. I think you're good. So
Okay.
we can Bestie, do you have anything else you want to say? No, she's muted. Okay, babe.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, guys. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you done? Because we're gonna let Truth Seeker talk. Do you have anything else you want to say?
I don't at the moment, but to all my survivors out there in this chat room, stay strong. You are not alone.
Facts.
Yes, God bless.
All right, Truth Seeker, babe. I'm gonna mute. Bestie's gonna mute, and then you have the floor, babe. Go ahead.
First, I want to tell you, Deb, you are an amazing soul. I do have to tell you that. Sorry if my voice is cracky. I've been crying the whole time. What I experience is different. What I've experienced is different than you, but yet you said things that were very similar. I did not deal with the sexual abuse, thank God. But when I was growing up, my father, I was the first girl to be born in my family. I come from a very Portuguese, Catholic, strict family. My mother had a bunch of boys, and then I came. My dad was like, oh, she's the princess, she's this and that. He always had to go do construction. Like he built all the bridges, like the Wisconsin Bridge, all these bridges, always in the States, right? And I was raised in Canada. Well, my mom, to punish him, would always take it out on me. So she didn't really, I don't know. It's hard to explain. It was the worst feeling because I just wanted my mom's love and she would punish me for my dad. I didn't get it. Like my dad said, I used to have like hair all the way down to my butt and I was 4 years old. And everybody would always comment on it. And my dad was like, you're so pretty with your long hair. In Portuguese, he's like, I'm going to go build a bridge. I'll be back. You know, he would take off for a week, but he would always fly in on the weekends, no matter what, and fly back out. So he came back and my mom was so mad at him. She put a bowl over my head and cut my hair, like literally like a little boy. So I got picked on all that. Anyways, my dad ends up dying of a brain aneurysm when I was 11 years old. The night before, me and him used to have this thing. Just me and him would always eat lemons. No one likes lemons, but to me it was like gold, and to my father it was. So we're eating lemons, and my dad's like talking. Like, listen, I kind of bumped my head at work. A doctor said something to me. I didn't understand what was going on. 3 hours later, I wake up. I was sleeping beside my father, and he's having 3 strokes, 2 heart attacks, bleeding out of his ears, nose, mouth. So he had a brain aneurysm. Okay, then we fast forward. So after my dad's death, my two brothers are just shitheads. They just did their own thing, right? They're older. They're just not at home. I'm taking care of my mom, trying to, and she's taking everything out on me. I stopped her from committing suicide in the basement. I'm 11 years old. Um, then one night I woke up, she had a knife over me, doing some Portuguese prayer. I'm like, what the hell's going on? And then I stopped her from doing it. Like, I don't know what I said to her to this day. Like, I can't get the timelines right. And she stopped, but I was just always in fear. Now, I also had a 3-year-old sister who's a little bit mentally disabled, who I had to take care of the whole time. And she ended up thinking I was her mom. So she started calling me mom. So I got beaten up for that. But my mom just started freaking out. So I was taking care of her, making sure she didn't kill herself. Then it was my 11th birthday. I always think it's my 10th birthday, but it was my 11th. And my mom, for some reason, invited family over. Everyone kind of like disperses. We used to have family over, but when someone passes away in your family, they don't know you anymore. They just don't even want to deal with you. So anyway, I'm sweeping the floor for my birthday. I swept it once. My mom said, not good enough. Sweep it again. I swept it again. Third time, I swept it again. One of my brothers were home at the time, which is only like 2 years older than me. We're supposed to be close, but he was just, didn't care. He got treated like a prince because he's a boy, right? So anyways, my mom says she's boiling a huge pot of Portuguese chicken soup because you have like 7 courses in this thing. Anyway, my mom's inviting people over for my birthday, but I have to clean the whole house. I didn't sweep good enough. So the 4th time when she asked me to sweep, I said, why don't you do it then? I just couldn't take it. I raised my sister. I get beatings from her nightly. I have to go to school. I have to bring my sister to school. I had to walk so far. So I said, why don't you do it? She took that whole pot of chicken soup, poured it over my head. I got 3rd-degree burns everywhere. Then she beats me up because my brother's like, oh, maybe we should take her to the hospital. My skin's peeling off. I'm screaming. I can't hear. My earlobes, everything. Anyway, and so much more happened after, but to this day, what I can relate with you is being locked up somewhere and hearing the family celebrate. I had to be locked up after my brother finally took me to the hospital. I came back, my mom beat me up for making my brother take me to the hospital. Then I had to be locked up while everyone was celebrating my birthday. And I'm hearing everything, but I got to get released from the room to clean up everybody's plates for celebrating my birthday. My mom told them all I had chicken pox. And she told me if I said one word from that room, she would like beat me again. And she just kept saying, you're like your dad. You remind me of your dad. Because my dad died, she's like, your dad left us and I'm stuck with you. But she had 4 children. I was just the first girl. I just never got it. But anyway, I understood that part and so much more. And then I just got into so much crap with like men, and people just took advantage of me, and I just don't want to go into that part. But my brothers never stuck up for me. So I just remember, oh yay, my brother took me to the hospital that one day. And it's oh my God, everything you say, I'm just like, oh my God, and wanting your mother's love. So now I'm married, I'm 35. My husband does not want me contacting my family because I just got diagnosed like not too long ago. I just keep getting these panic attacks, like really bad. I can't breathe. Like all of a sudden my sensory issues is like the lights are so bright, the noise is so bright. I just start freaking out and I can't breathe. It feels like I'm drowning on earth and I just can't breathe. I get rushed to the hospital like constantly. Then they tell me I have PTSD. And so much more like happens after that. I'm just trying to wrap it up. But now I'm on depression medicine, PTSD, and I kind of don't really want to be on medicine for the rest of my life. And then I have a husband who's just like, he's Portuguese too. I ended up marrying a Portuguese American man. So that's why now I'm like live near Boston because I married an American man. But anyway, he's so sweet, but then he doesn't understand. He's old school. He's like, don't talk to your family. don't talk about it and it will go away. That doesn't work. So I actually have to wait for him to go to sleep to talk to you guys, because he doesn't like me talking about my childhood and all this abuse and all my scars from like being beaten, burnt, all this stuff. But anyways, that is all. And I just want to tell you, you helped me so much, because I didn't even like realize how much I was holding it in. But I want to thank you, Deb, and I am done.
You're welcome, baby. You're welcome.
Thank you. You've really helped me a lot. But yeah, that was my little story. But
I just want to say hi to everyone real quick.
hi, hon.
Hi,
I can't wait to
sweetie.
hear your story. I really can't.
Yes,
God bless all you guys.
you too.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for sharing your story, Deb.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
I don't know how to pronounce your name. Is it Controla?
Well, my name is Carissa. You can call me, everyone just call me Carissa.
Oh, Carissa. All right. I see you
Yes.
everywhere, beautiful.
Thank
Okay.
you.
I'll let you guys be. Thank you for hearing me out.
You're welcome, baby. Not a
God bless.
problem. Anytime. All right, baby. You can go, hon.
Thank you. I mean, it's crazy because, you know, when your bestie was sharing earlier, like a lot of her story resonated with me. Basically, I'm one of 5 children. I'm the second oldest. And I found out when I was like 13 years old that my father who raised me isn't my biological father. My household was just very chaotic. My dad was like a drug dealer, you know, just it wasn't a stable home. My parents literally fist fought each other. I watched them break each other's nose. My dad beat us up. Child services took us away. We were in kinship foster care, just a lot of chaos. I had mentioned in the chat room earlier, this is just a little backstory. My mother's father was a pedophile. He raped her as well as foster children, and I feel like it trickled down in my family. I would say I was about 6 or 7. My older sister molested me, and I really didn't know that it was molestation until I was, you know, an adult. And just all the negativity in my house led me to just crave negative attention. I had a lot of behavioral problems. My anxiety would come out and I would get physical. I would use my size and the fact that I knew how to fight that was my defense. Like the second, you know, anyone came at me, that's how I handled it. And I just hung out with the wrong people. When I was 14 years old, I was cutting school. It was the first time I ever drank. I was in a house, in a house full of men with girls that I was hanging out with. And I wound up passing out. I had never drank before, and I got raped that day, and I got raped by more than one person, and I was a virgin. And to this day, you know, just sex in general it's weird for me because of that situation. You know, my very first experience was not a good one. And that led, you know, because of my behavior issues, I was put in like a behavioral school, and then put on medication at 15 years old, and from that led to addiction and everything else that, you know, everyone had spoke about. And I feel like it's the same story for everyone else, but it's not the same. There's different details, but it is the same. So I'm glad that this panel happened tonight, because I feel like we all have something in common. And that's really it.
Yes, we do. We all have a lot in common. It's happening to so many people. And the one thing that I want to get out of this panel is I'm hoping that young children, young kids are listening to this. And the one thing that I want to say is if there's any young children that may be listening to this, any young adults that may be listening to this, I'm going to speak from my point of view is that you have to talk about it. You have to get it out, because you do not want to compound your problems with alcohol or with drugs with unprotected sex, multiple partners, because that's not something that you're doing intentionally. It's something that your brain is doing. It's trying to separate you from your pain.
You're right. It's numbing yourself. You numb yourself from, you don't want to feel it. You get to a point where you're like, it's too much. I can't take it. And I can't, you feel like, and I feel like a lot of people that consider themselves drug addicts are really just people that have mental illness that don't realize it.
Right. And like I said, I didn't notice it till I was about 25 years old. And the way that I noticed it was when I was getting ready to get married, and I went to our reverend for our, that was going to do our wedding, and we had to go through counseling. He asked me, what was your childhood like? And I told him, didn't have any problems with telling him anything. I didn't tell any bad things. I maybe said a little here and there, but when I got back home, that was my very first major suicide attempt. I drank a whole 8-ounce glass of bleach. And I didn't even know why. I just started crying. I was flashbacking. I was hearing things. And I just drank a whole glass of bleach. And that was, it was like, okay, what the hell? Why did I do that? And then being admitted into the hospital and really feeling like I needed to open up about whatever it was and to just start flooding out piece by piece by piece. And the more I talked about it, the worse the memories were, the worse the nightmares became. And it was just an ongoing pattern. And I don't want anybody out here that may be listening to us right now, or anybody that's in the chat, that if you guys are going through anything right now and you're not comfortable with getting on the panel, that's totally fine. But my mods have dropped the email. Please, if you need to talk to me, I am here. I will give you my Facebook page. I will talk to you through Facebook, face to face. I am here all the time, 100%. It doesn't matter what time it is. I just don't, I don't want to trigger anything for anybody. I don't want anybody leaving this chat upset. I want this to be cleansing for everybody. I want everybody to know that I mean what I say, and I say what I mean, and I'm going to have you guys back 100%. And this is what our channel is about. We women up here, it takes a lot of courage to come up here and have, I don't even know how many people are in here, but to have these people that we really don't know, face to face, we've never talked face to face, to come up here and share these stories with you guys, even in the chat, with Kathy, with Jay, with Baby Blues, Patricia, anybody else that I missed, I'm sorry, but I'm only looking at the names that's in front of me right now. For you guys to even put it in the chat shows your strength. You have the strength to say these things to people that you may never meet in your life. But why? Because we have this in common, and we're ready to speak about it. We're ready to share it because it's going to help somebody else. It will help somebody else.
I think that's the most important thing that you just said. That the more, like, that us talking about it, even if someone else don't want to share about it, us sharing about it will help someone else.
Right. And that's what's important. Because, you know, and I can speak for me and probably for the other ladies that came on the panel tonight, we probably didn't have anybody to talk to. You know, I know when I was going through this, YouTube wasn't up and running. And then when it did start running, it was nothing like it is now, to where people are actually talking about things that matter, important things, trying to make a difference in people's lives and trying to help people. You know, being comfortable enough to say the things that we're saying right now you know, warms my heart that I have people in here that, like I said, I will probably never meet face to face, and I wish that I could meet all of you face to face and give you a hug and a kiss and tell you that if I can get through this, as weak as I am at sometimes, we all can get through it. But you're gonna have to find your way to release it. And it's not gonna be by drugs. It's not gonna be by alcohol. It's not gonna be with multiple partners. It's not gonna be because you're hiding it and suppressing it, because it's only gonna make it worse. And you're gonna be hurting yourself in the long run, because you're gonna push people away. And you're gonna be alone. And that's the worst place to be. You don't want to be alone. If you have to get a journal and write it down, if you have to grab a pillow and scream and punch it, if you have to turn on to music, whatever it is you need to do to get you out of that emotional state, out of that moment, you do you. I don't want anybody having my problems. And that's why I created this channel. I don't want you guys getting addicted to opioids. I don't want you guys having multiple partners and not remembering who you slept with. I don't want you having alcohol problems. I don't out your frustrations on people that really, really love you and wind up being alone. Because you're going to meet people who are weak, that can't handle it, and you're going to meet people that are strong. I was lucky enough to meet my husband, who accepts me for all my faults, who accepts my different personalities when they decide that they want to show themselves. He knows how to handle them. I'm comfortable enough to cry on his shoulder, but there are some things that I do keep to myself, only because I don't feel like I don't want to be a burden to people. I don't want to put out all my problems on people because of my childhood. I taught myself to handle my issues by myself. And what did it do? It turned me into a drug addict. So I just need you guys to hear me and understand that we are strong. Like Candy said, we are warriors. We are the real fighters. We are. Nobody that's outside of this chat right now is as strong as us right now. It can't get any more stronger than what it is at this particular moment.
You also said something really important too. Like, we push people away. We definitely isolate. We don't, and you said too, we don't want to put our problems on other people. We don't want to feel like a burden. So we carry it, and that's not healthy for us.
Right. And we do. You guys don't know how many times I pushed my husband away. So many times. I still do it to this day. I still have it in the back of my mind sometimes. What is it that you really want from me? What do you really want from me? I still do it. And you have to understand how hard that is on him. I can be the meanest person and don't give a damn about his feelings. But he's there. He holds me up. He gets angry. He gets frustrated. But he's always there. He didn't leave me. And if anybody out there who feels like you guys are not worthy of a love like that, you are. You just have to let that wall down little by little. Don't knock it all the way down, but just little by little. And whoever is there for you and you feel it in your heart that that person is there for you, then you hold on to that person. Don't let somebody else get that. Don't let nobody else take that love that you have, that you deserve. Because we have been alone our whole lives. I know I have. I've been alone my whole life. And if it wasn't for my husband, I would be dead. I would be gone. I don't know how to function without my husband. I really, really don't. And like Jay and Daryl said, depression is no joke. No joke. It is nothing to play with. If you feel some type of way about anything, if you can't get yourself out of that dark place by yourself, man or woman, it does not make you weak to go to a hospital and talk to somebody. What makes you weak is holding it in. That's what makes you weak. Because the only thing it's gonna do is continue to bring you down. And the deeper and deeper you go, the harder it is for you to climb out of that hole. Because for me, I look at depression like a big sunken sinkhole. And I fall into that sinkhole, and it's up to me. Am I going to grab the lifeline that's right there? I can put my hands right there on the edge and pull myself up. Or am I just going to continue to slide down? Because the further I get down there, the harder it is for me to get back up. And I don't know about y'all, but going into a mental facility is not a fun place to go. When you have to have ECT and shock treatment. Because the bad, it's not a good thing. It's bad enough our memories are tainted as it is. But with the ECT, like I stated before, it takes away all your other memories as well. So from me to you, if anybody, any type of psychiatrist tells you you need ECT, say the fuck I don't. No, I don't. All I need is for you to listen to me and talk to me and help me get through this. Because I hated myself so much that I welcomed ECT. Because I wanted every freaking memory to just go away. I had ECT not too long ago, maybe a couple of months ago. before I actually started the channel, I had ECT. I welcomed it. I was welcoming death. I wanted it. I did everything I could possibly do for it to come. I took pills, was non-responsive, woke up in the hospital after 3 days. I was out for 3 days and was angry. I was angry because it's like, oh, well, freak, fuck. I can't even do that right. I'm tired of living in this pain. I want it to go away. So then I said to myself, what am I going to do? What is the purpose? Why am I here? What does my Lord want me to do? What am I missing? What is the signs that you're trying to show me? Because I'm lost right now. I don't know what to do. And I got on this computer. I shut my gaming channel down. And I started the channel. And ever since I started the channel, I feel a little bit better about myself. I get stronger day by day. Because now I feel like I have a purpose. I am relating to people. I'm getting to know people instead of isolating myself. I was my own worst enemy. My own worst enemy. And I still deal with suicidal thoughts every day. Every day. But what gets me through is turning on this computer and reading you guys' comments. That's what gets me through. And I have to apologize for my rants sometimes. I'm apologizing to you guys for those rants. I apologize for the foul language sometimes. But if I don't let it out, then that sinkhole is just going to come around and sink me in. And I'm living for my family, and I'm living for you guys. That's my purpose. You guys don't know how much you mean to me. Right, Ursula? Right. And you have to stay prayed up. Thank you, Tootsie Nose. But I just, I just wanted to take that moment and, express that to you guys because that's who I am. What you guys see right now, what you guys hear on this channel every day is who I really am. And I can be a bitch and I can rant, but that is my protective side. That's a side that I'm never going to hide. I'm never going to suppress because it has to be heard. It has to be heard. And what better way to do that? Do I do it alone and not let anyone hear my frustrations, because that's what I did when I was a kid? Or do I turn on this computer and make a video or go live? You guys, my friends, to listen. That's all I want. And that's what I want to be for you guys. I want to be your ears. I want to be your voice. I'm fighting for you guys. All of y'all. Every day. I'm no longer fighting for myself because I don't have to. I'm good with myself. But I'm fighting for you guys. That's why I fight so hard against him. Because my channel stands for something. And it means something. And I don't want to lose you guys. I want you guys to lose me. Jade, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Joyce. Thank you. So I need my Sky to come up here. Girl to come up here. I need my baby blues. I need my mods so that we can send this out on a good note, unless there's anyone else that wants to come up and speak. I need Tiny to calm my soul and my spirit. And I'm sorry guys, I didn't mean to cry on you guys. Sky, I know. So Tiny, please, can you drop your email? Because you always have such wonderful words. Chief, please, can you drop your email? And I'm going to send Sky and Daryl a link and Baby a link. Give me 1 minute. Hopefully this thing will work the way I want it to work, because sometimes I cannot get into my emails. So give me a minute. Daryl, yours has been sent. Tiny, I'm sending yours now. Tiny, yours has been sent. I'm sending yours now, Chief. Give me a minute. Chief, yours has been sent. I'm gonna get yours, Sky. Give me a minute. Chief, yours has been sent. Sky, give me a minute.
Can I be heard okay?
Yeah, just sending Sky her link. Okay, Sky, I've sent it.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right. Would you like for me to speak or you want until everyone else comes on the panel?
You can speak, boo. You can go.
All right. Hold on for a moment. Hold on. All right, I wanted to see the chat. All right. First of all, hi everyone. For those of you that don't know me, this is Tiny. And I want to take a moment. I won't be long-winded. I just want to say that I'm extremely appreciative of this opportunity to have been a part of all of this. And as hurtful as it may have been, or it may be for many, and as many feelings that have may surface for those that have spent so much time suppressing, I want to thank you for having the courage to either come on this panel and speak or to acknowledge such within the chat. And I typed something earlier in the chat, so if you missed it, I'll repeat it for you. I said to all women and men who are in this chat, and for those that are listening to this broadcast, know that you are beautiful and you are smart and you are loved. And whatever forms of abuse that any of you have endured, it is not your fault. And you have to find it within yourself to say every day, numerous of times a day, if that's what it takes, by saying to yourself, it's not my fault. Because once you start saying it, you'll start trusting it, and then you'll start feeling it. It's not your fault. And if you haven't heard it today from anyone, I love you. So I dropped my email in the chat. So if any of you would like to email me, I'm gonna let you know right now, I'm a talker. I am. I am. So my emails can become books, but that's all right. Doesn't matter to me. Doesn't matter. I love to read anyway. That's perfectly fine. You don't have to filter anything. Be yourself. Because a lot of times when something traumatic has happened to someone, they put on a they put on they they create a different image of themselves because they want a feeling of acceptance. Because you feel that if you behave other than whom you are, that you're not going to be accepted for who you are. You're fine just the way you are. You truly are. You no longer have to seek validation from anyone. You validate yourself. So, to the gentlemen out here as well that have been opened, that has been open about their experiences and what they're going through currently, I applaud you because that takes so much courage because so many men and so many young men, so many boys have and are currently going through so many facets of abuse. It's just not spoken of. It's hidden because unfortunately many of our boys at a very young age are told they're not supposed to cry because if they cry, they're a girl. Don't cry like a girl. Or they're called a punk or they're called weak. So if you tell a boy at a young age that it's wrong for him to cry, you're telling that boy that it's not right for him to feel. So then they grow up feeling that if they tell someone that they're hurt, if they tell someone that they're upset, if they tell someone that they're angry, that they're going to be frowned upon. And a lot of times they grow up into men that hold back their feelings even when they become involved in a relationship. Because throughout their lives, that's coming up. Remember, everything starts within the home. No matter what school you go to, no matter who your babysitter is, no matter your Head Start, whatever, your foundation begins in the home of which you are raised. And if you are not in an environment of trust, if you are not in an environment of love, if you are not in an environment of care and concern within your own home, when you walk out your door, it's a scary place. I know, I've been there. So if we're feeling like this now as adults, imagine what children today are going through. Because it happened to us. So many of us. And I also want to make known that there is more. When I say different facets of abuse, you have sexual abuse, you have emotional abuse. Because sometimes those words, people's words are abusive. They can be abusive. So it's so important to be mindful of how you speak to your children. You talk to your children and not at your children. They don't forget that and they understand the difference. When you're biting at your child, I'm not speaking this directly, I'm just speaking in general, everyone. When you're biting at your child, you're introducing aggression. when you snap at your child because they spilled something, because children do that, and you make them feel small for that spill, you have created fear, because now they're walking on their tippy toes as to, I have to be careful because mom or dad are going to yell at me, or they're going to curse at me, or they're going to hit me. And unfortunately, in so many of these states, children's voices are not heard in our court system. When, when abuse cases are brought forth, and why so many of these adults are so quickly let back out on the street, because children are not seen as people. So I say this out of love. I say this as being a mother. I say this as being a daughter. To please be mindful of how you speak to people. Be mindful of how you speak to your children. Be mindful of how you speak to yourself. Because when you have those thoughts circulating in your head over and over again, you tend to believe those voices. Those voices are insecurities. They have nothing to do with you. And those voices will trap you. I am not into pharmaceuticals at all, but there are actual natural remedies, if you will, substitutions, if you wish to call it that, to look into. I'll look into it for you if you like. We can have a discussion about that possibly at another time. If you want to wean yourself off of whatever it is that you've been prescribed. I've 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 been in classrooms. I've had students on psychological meds. I've watched children's behaviors change in a matter of moments once they took that pill. And that's another thing, is that a lot of our kids are misdiagnosed with ADD and ADHD. There isn't any such thing, family. Many of these doctors out here are placing your kids on drugs to keep them silent, to keep them mute, to keep them at a standstill because they make money. And your children are not for sale. So if you receive a phone call from a teacher and you're saying, well, I can't handle your child is just bad, or your child is this, all right. Instead of taking the teacher's word for what supposedly your child is being accused of doing, talk to your child first. Talk, not discipline. Because many teachers out here, they're frustrated, they're overworked, their classrooms are runneth over with children that are coming from so many different places in their lives. These children out here have PTSD. It's not just with adults. We have children out here that are living in an environment of violence. We have children out here that are witnessing violence. There aren't enough counselors in these schools. You have teachers that are not legally qualified, educationally qualified to handle these children with all of these emotional behaviors. So for them, the natural response is to react in a manner that is detrimental to the child. And these teachers today, a lot of these teachers just don't have the time like they used to when I was coming up, that if they saw a child misbehaving, that they would have that child stay after school and get in that child's head to try to figure out if something is going on in the home. These kids don't have that today. Many of these kids that are out here in these streets, these girls that are running around sleeping around. That's why I'm so adamant when I hear, sleep around with who you want to sleep around. That aggravates me. That's insulting to me. It's insulting to me because many of these girls turn into women that continue on that behavior. These girls have been touched. In some form or fashion. These boys are out here not just angry just to be angry. They've gone through something. But if they don't have anyone to reach out to them to say, I got you, I care about you, a lot of these kids have never even heard the words, I love you. So imagine growing up not having anyone to say I love you, or better yet, to have someone say I love you, but then you don't know how to receive it because you never experienced it. Therefore, you cannot identify with it. Your body is your temple. That's how I was raised. That's how my parents were raised. That came down from my granny. Your body is your temple. You treat your body as if it is the most precious jewel on this planet, and you let no one that is not worthy of your temple to enter you. Do you hear me? Not everyone is worthy of having you. But you have to know your worth. You have to know your worth in order to receive the right person in your life to appreciate your worth. You do deserve to be loved. You do deserve to be held. You do deserve happiness. All of us do. Even those that have never experienced any sort of trauma. You deserve happiness. You have to know it. And you have to trust it. And when it's presented to you, let your guard down just enough to receive it. Because that very person that is in the wind could be, you feel it's just, that person is just distant, just there's no way. Could be right there in your face and you didn't even know it. You didn't even recognize it. This is not by accident that all of us are here tonight. I strongly believe in universal energy. Everything that has been expressed here tonight, I can feel that this has been an avenue of healing for so many of you. And that's a wonderful thing because not everyone has the ability to create the energy that we have now to feel comfortable in sharing ourselves in the manner of which many of you have shared. That's a gift. Now, see, Deborah, I said that I was going to make it short, and I'm just up here talking. Hard headed. I told you.
That's okay, baby. That's okay.
You better say that, Tiny.
That's
Um,
right.
That's pretty, you know what? I'll wrap it up. Just know that you're loved here. You're always welcomed. If you didn't feel this wasn't the time for you to talk, that's all right. But you're still here, and that matters. And we saw
Right.
you. We see you. It's all right. Know that you're always welcomed here. And if you don't feel protected anywhere else, know that you will be protected here. All right, I'm done, y'all. I'll go on mute.
Thank you, Tiny. Okay. Anybody else?
I'll speak.
Okay.
I'm not going to get into all the details about what happened to me, but I will break down far as physical, sexual, molestation, you name it, I dealt with it. It took me a while to trust people, let people in, and I'm still on the guard. I had to learn how to be able to deal with it on my terms, where I forgave my abusers so it could be better for myself. I want everybody to know you're not alone. You need to reach out and talk, do the back channels. I'll drop my email. You can talk to me about anything. I have no problem. You will never really truly let it go, but long as you get peace within yourself, you'll be able to survive. I'm not perfect, but I know that I'm loved and I know my worth. It's not an easy thing to do, to share when you're abused. Because something inside you think it's my fault, I did something wrong. And that's not the case. But that's just the defense mechanism that we go to because of what happened to us. I need people that have not dealt with, open up your eyes and actually listen to the person that has been abused. Don't be so quick to judge. You'll find out a lot of stuff that you'll learn about a person with just listening. I'm not going to go on and because I feel the tears coming, but I just want y'all to know that this channel is here for you. Whatever you need, reach out. We're here for you. And I'm going to mute up and let somebody else talk.
Thank you, baby Sky. You know I love you to pieces.
I love you too.
My fellas.
Well, I said a few words. Can I be heard?
Yes.
I'll say a few words because I have different experiences. My experience is a little different, and like I'm real sensitive to a lot of these subjects that y'all shared. Me not going through any of that personally, I seen what it can do to people that was close to me. I seen a friend that was close to me, a friend that I grew up with. You know what I'm saying? I remember her come across my mind every single day. And I just think about that because like we was growing up, we was very close, and then like it was a period where like she just wasn't around much. And then later on found out because with my step niece at the time, when my brother was engaged and all stuff, a friend, like, you know, come over, this and that, like met the father met my father, you know, like we actually thought it was cool. So like I said, my step niece, she spent the night over there. Dude was so comfortable, he was so used to doing what he doing. Like her story is very, very similar to yours. That he actually tried it while she was there. You know, like, and she the one that had called the police, and that's how he ended up getting arrested. And to speak on like my personal note, like I dated a few victim of that, which is very hard to like deal with when you trying to love and care for them, because a lot of times like when they see you as the person that did those things to them, which could be difficult on us when you're dating them. And I'm just not, like my main reason being sensitive for people like that, things like that, because like I said, even though I never suffered for anything traumatized, anything, depression, and I have some episodes where something happened to me, like something small, like looking at a family of cats just run past and play, like I just have a depression episode, and I'm just like tears coming down my eyes. I gotta be alone to myself and things like that. Smoke to myself and try to relax and just chill. Which like sometimes trip people out, because some people like when they found out that I suffered for depression, they was a little bit surprised. I'm always trying to be upbeat and smile. I always like to be positive, but that's the reason why I always like to be upbeat, you know, smile, to be positive. And that's also another reason why like a lot of times I get angered fast. Occasionally when I was younger, right, you know what I'm saying, during my high school days, because that's when I got diagnosed with it. Stopped though later, like after like a couple of years, I stopped because it was like those pills are mind controlling what I was living and stuff and doing things I was doing, like, because a lot of times like some things that like people used to look at me a little bit surprised, and they wasn't even know I was medicated at the time, because like something that happened where they know me, like I usually get mad over there. There'll usually be a fight, and I was like just like looking at it like it was nothing. I just like threw it off. And I started thinking that to myself, like, yeah, I gotta get off of this because it's a mind controlled substance. And I just did my own little self-medicated marijuana, different things like well, with marijuana and sometimes alcohol could be very dangerous as well. I'm just glad I never really had no addictive personalities where I went to look for something strong or anything like that. Like, just be around honest people that's not judgmental. You know what I mean? Just not judgmental. Because like that's for real. Like honesty is very real. Like something that see, it's coming down on me now, like an episode now where it's just crazy, like tears just be coming down your face, and like you just quiet, you in the room kicking it party, and you the quiet with the, you know what I mean? It's crazy, like how something, anything or something could like could trigger you. You would have an episode. That's why I was like very sensitive, and I'm very like I get mad quick about that stuff. It's like because it always come across my mind is like you don't know how to make a person feel. Cause like you don't know how a person be feeling sometimes. You know what I'm saying? They like you know what I'm saying? Like I done some crazy things. Like I cried in showers and things like that, man. It's crazy. Like dealing with and I know dating me sometimes be hard because of the simple fact that I deal with depression. You know what I'm saying? So I know sometimes the women that I dealt with probably had a decent hard time because of I have an episode sometimes they just be wondering like what's going on while I'm not really engaged, you know what I'm saying, trying to be to myself, but because I'm having an episode, I'm down on the press right now. It's like do it. So it's real and it's scary, man. I had thoughts of killing myself and stuff, like, you know what I'm saying, that whole little sitting there in the room alone with a gun and shit, actually thinking about like, man, should I just end it now because of all the hardship and fighting that you go through? Because like even though you went through what you went through, life still could goes on, right? So you still got problems on top of that. Things that going like how you may want them to go, not around your kids, how you may want them to be from a guy perspective, from a guy perspective, they may want them to be. And I have girls. And like I said, not eyewitness, but like witness of a friend being a victim of child molestation by her own father. So I'd be real skeptical. Like I'd be having some arguments with my baby mother sometimes, and I'd be skeptical about. I'd be wanting to meet every dude they be talking about they like. I'd be wanting to meet them, especially if she even considered about letting them be around the house, different things like that. Because I have girls. I had a friend who was molested by her father. You know what I mean? So off of that, I'm already looking at any guy that could fit to be coming around my girls sad at and funny because I be wanting to know who the hell they are. Be it like if you know what my kids and what I'm saying my family for to be at, I want to know the same about yours. Cause it's crazy out here and child molestation stuff is more common than people know or would like to admit that they know. And yeah, so that's what that really is, man. That's why I'm a upbeat person. I'm nice. And like I said, I was like my last relationship, I was just engaged, you know what I'm saying, earlier this year. We used to have some arguments because she used to try to say I try to be too good. I try to be too good. Shane understood I suffered from depression. That's the reason why I was always trying to be upbeat or be positive, or if I could avoid some arguments or other type of bull crap, I would, because I ain't want to go through an episode where I'm angry or just down or sad. I try to just keep everything cool. And Shane necessarily understand that she'll be sometimes say to me like, "Oh, I try to be too good. I try to be too cool." Because I'm saying, she was one person that used to like to fight and stuff, and that was like never my style. You know what I mean? And just say you try to do, it's crazy. So it affects people more than they know. Because like I said, it affects people that you date, like how you brought up your husband and stuff, and like that came to my mind because I dated a couple of people that was victims, and so you don't know. So sometimes they may go through an episode where they see you as the person that did it, even though you wasn't the person that did it, and then sometimes they take it out on you, and that just be something that we be having to fight through because of the simple fact that they was a victim, and that's what I mean by it, like it affect us just dating them as well, and me being a person that suffered from depression, I know that it affect the females that I dated, which is something that we all try to work through. But it's real, it's scary, man. I try to watch my kids as much as I can, like to just look and study them. And that's why I want to recommend to everybody in the chat, if they have young kids, just watch them. You know what I'm saying? Like watch them, like just look at them, try to look for signs, because a lot of times these things that people be wanting to get these kids pills for, saying they got ADHD or multiple personality, whatever. It just may be depression. That's why they may see them super happy one moment and then like quiet to themselves another moment. That's a sign of depression. That's not a sign of ADD or multiple personality. No, that's a sign of depression. So yeah, just look for signs if you can, and whenever you can. cause it's real, especially now. Like we seeing these babies, they around 8 years old hanging each other, and that's insane. You know what I mean? Like I didn't think a child would even know how to do anything like that, but they doing things like that, and that's
Right.
from depression. Like that baby was being bullied on top of she already was more likely a person that suffered from depression, and she didn't get diagnosed for it because she young and nobody at the school picked it up and the mother didn't look for the signs. I wanted to share, that people know is more common than people think.
Right.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you, because like I said, like I kind of felt it. I was fighting back a little bit. Episode did. I kind of felt it did. Like it's crazy. Like you'll be sitting there with a straight face, but some tears be coming down. Like it's very, very real. It's very
Hmm.
real. And it's something that, like I say, if you can look at the signs of your kids, just look at them. Like watch them while they're young.
That's what I wanted to talk about real quick, if I may. I wanted to bring up something. Some other signs to look for is if you notice your child or a child that is consistently wetting themselves, um, defecating on themselves. And I learned that when I was teaching at in a Montessori program. And this child, he was 5 years of age, and every day he would pee on himself. Knew how to go to the bathroom, but he would just do it. Defecate on himself in the bed, on the cot. And with me being new there, and that was like one of my, like actually my second teaching positions. Um, I felt that the director and the head teachers, they were aware of it and they were documented. I just really wasn't picking up that that was a sign that something was going on with him until he took off his shirt one day and I saw this child's skeleton. He was bones. And um, when I sometimes you have to take the initiative to investigate things on your own when no one else is speaking. So I went through his files to find out that he had DCFS cases, case notes rather, of being abused, but he was still sent back to his father. It was his father. At the time, I had received a new teaching position at another location at a grammar school, and we went on a field trip. We went bowling, and I saw my student with his father. And before I could greet him, his father snatched him in the boys' bathroom. And to this day, the sound of howling terrifies me because literally that is how that baby was screaming. And I naturally called the police. And when I followed up on him, um, he was being, for me, it's troubling for me to say molestation because I don't understand and it hasn't been explained to me why that when it comes to a child it's called molestation and when it is adult it's called rape. So it's rape. I'm a considerate rape because that's what it is to me, that this child was being raped. And that's why he was doing what he was doing to himself because he was too afraid to move, which meant that whatever was happening to him was happening in his bed. I've had a student who was stealing ketchup packets. We had breakfast, lunch, and a snack, afternoon snack, and just would stuff her book bag with ketchup packets. No idea why. She was 5. She was 5 years of age and was riding the bus home by herself. And I found out by chance when I got off work and saw her standing at the same bus stop that I was taking to go home. I took her home. That 5-year-old had to walk through a gangway. I could smell the heroin in the air. Walk her little self up to the 3rd floor. And what do you know? Knock, knock. There's her mother and 2 men laying up on the couch in the living room while her 5-year-old baby was standing at a bus stop at 6 o'clock in the evening, traveling at least, where was that, 24, 30 blocks home. So I went in her files and another Department of Family Services case. Just mountains of case notes. She's steady being returned to the home. Steady being returned to the home. And one day, she was actually confronted, the director confronted the parent again because something happened, it escapes me. And the mother took her out of the program. When the child returned, again, she was my student. When she returned in my classroom, she whispered to me and she said, "I have some cream." I said, "What type of cream?" And she said, "For this." And she touched her private. So I asked her to show me the cream. So I spoke to her, open-end questions, because you don't leave them, you let them talk. Went to my boss and fast forwarding, when the police became involved, those same 2 men, one of the 2 men that was in the living room that night that I took her home, one of them was her uncle. And her uncle was raping this baby. And her mother knew it and allowed it to happen. Those particular stories and other stories that are happening to these kids are not going to make the news. I've worked for Department of Family Services. I've had those cases on my desk. I know this is not anything that I'm guessing. I'm telling you what I know. What is happening to these children out here. And they have no protection. And they certainly don't have the protection of the very people that are supposed to protect them. So when your children come home from school, question them. How was your day? What did you do? Who did you talk to? Who did you play with? What game did you play? What book did you read? Because the more that you keep that communication open, the more comfortable they will become in telling you anything. They need to know that they can trust you.
Right.
That's all.
That's good because like we need more teachers like you. We need more like you to actually pay attention. Is actually definitely the right things. That brought up something that we spoke about yesterday. Money matters. I was bringing up like it's the system. It's also it's education of things that can help fail a lot of kids because a lot of times like teachers in my day, like you were old school teacher, you was one of the teachers that was like from my day, was the teachers that actually used to pay attention and notice the students. You know what I mean? And you're a blessing. Like I'm happy it's people like you that's still in the school system.
Right. We need more like Tiny.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Chief,
I'm here. Can
you
you hear
up,
me
babe?
clearly?
Yep.
Um, well, I wanted to touch on first what DC was saying because I went through PTSD probably way before even hitting middle teenager age, probably since 11 or 10, 11. Um, I personally, it's a lot of people in this chat that I know from other groups, so I don't have to go through all of that. But the PTSD side of it, I had ADHD, which is basically, me being confined in an environment, not being able to express my energy as a child. That's the way I look at it, because I understand these diagnoses are meant to confine you within a box that's going to keep you on a medical cycle. So I didn't grow up with my pops. I had my uncles and stuff like that. Um, my stepfather, who was my sister's father, he used to beat my moms, and she was she still is a hardcore type of gangster lady, and I couldn't understand why she was dealing with this shit. Excuse my language, but we grown. I couldn't understand why
Mm-hmm.
she was dealing with this shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I done seen my mother beat up police, like, so I'm like, what is this? Like, what is this about? And I never understood it till I got older, and the way traumatization affects females. So I didn't know that my uncle used to beat on my mother like that when she was smaller, because her father, my grandfather, wasn't around like that. And it was just something she was used to from people she loved, which sounds very weird to people who are listening who don't understand this kind of paradigm, but it was true. Me personally, my moms and my grandmother, my uncles, people I grew up with, they showed me, how to be, for lack of a better word, a warrior. You don't tolerate certain things. And I went to jail at 14 because at some point I came home from school and my stepfather was beating on my mother real bad. And I walked in on it. And when I walked in, at this age, I'm already gangbanging. I've been shot already, and I'm 14. I've been shot already, all this kind of stuff I'm going through. So I'm like, what is this? Like, he looks at me while he's choking my mother. He punches her in the face. He looks at me and say, like, what the fuck you gonna do? Like, get out of here. And I'm like, wow, like I go put my book back down because in my mind, not even in my mind, in my real life, I've done things already. I go in the kitchen, and men who are listening, women who are listening, this might sound crazy, but shit, if your son love you like this, you did something right, even if he did something wrong. And I went in the kitchen, I got that good old steak knife, I stabbed his ass up. I went to detention for use, DFY. Anybody from New York know what that is? And I had a murder case. I was 15 around that time. I had a murder case for him. Of course, I got over that, and I was traumatized because in the anybody who's been locked up as a youth, you know how strenuous it was. You have to fight all the time. You got to fight for your sneakers, fight for everything, your phone call, everything. And I kind of was one of those guys who grew up in the system. I came out after that, and I realized something was different about me. I had no empathy. I could have sympathy, but not empathy. I'm sure some people understand the difference. So I started to feel like DC was saying how he would feel. I would watch TV and just see two brothers hug on a TV show, and I just start feeling weird. Like, just really start feeling like And I would feel like I'm the toughest guy ever. Why do I feel weird when I see camaraderie between family members? Why do I feel tingly, like I want to cry instantly? And it would always eat me up. And I realized I was depressed. And I always was a smart guy. It's just that I lived the life growing up to where I thought I had to prove myself. And I've always been the best at proving myself growing up until I realized there's nobody around to prove myself to. I've done everything. So I'm comfortable now and I'm way past these issues, but I didn't get past them until about uh, 8, 9 years ago. And when I did, I made sure that I put all my time and effort to helping any other people, period. Not even as an agenda, not as a job, like just my way of life and living. If you meet me, the first thing I'm gonna tell you is, are you okay? Did you eat food? Do you need help with something? Also, I want to touch on this topic. I was just talking about me, but I don't want to talk about me. I want to deal with women and how we affect women and how we abuse them mentally, psychologically, physically, sexually, all of those things. When I say we, I don't mean we really did it, fellas. I mean us as uh, a gender or species, as you have it. Growing up, I told you what I saw. So my attitude in the street with women would always be as a young teenager, like, I'm that guy. I'm doing what I gotta do. I'm selling crack. I'm getting money. I'm shooting people. I'm gang banging. All the stupid stuff. Nothing to glorify or to take away from here and feel like, oh, that's dope. No, it's not. I was stupid. I was very retarded. And until this day, I can get very retarded. So I'm not somebody that's holier than thou. I can get very retarded any moment. Um, but with females, it was a I don't care attitude because I didn't respect women when I was younger until I witnessed a lot of my friends having children themselves, like witnessing their births. Because I have a lot of godchildren to this day. And when I witness a woman go through that pain and struggle and just she recovers from it, I came up with a saying. Instead of saying a woman is pregnant, I wanted to say something that make a woman realize how special being pregnant is. So I came up with the saying, you had a whole body inside of your body. Like that makes it that much more important. And then I had my daughter and stuff like that and had to be a single father. My baby mother, she had mental issues. She suffered from trauma. Her father was doing whatever he was doing to her. And then I caught another case from what I had did to him because she told me and he was still in the house. So it was all around me. And I never wanted my daughter to have the psychological effects of it because I know depression can be hereditary. I know that for a fact. And I always watch my daughter and I catch her just staring off sometimes. And I try to stay on top of her. I teach her everything. I keep her in sports, martial arts, and all of those things. But I make sure I protect her for real. If you're a woman and you know me, even if I've made you mad, you know I'll protect you. I will put somebody somewhere they can't come back from for a woman and children. Now, as men, well, as a man, I don't want to speak for everyone. I'm just speak for me because I know there's a lot of people that hear me speak, and sometimes you can get intrigued. Sometimes you can feel like, oh wow, it's amazing. I ain't shit without all the bullshit I've been through. When you see me and you see all the good stuff about me, or you hear all the things I can do and who I am, or I'm a chief, or I do this, or I know that. Listen, I used to be a piece of shit. I was the kind of dude when you didn't see me for 2 days, I was in jail. Okay? I've been in comas for a year and a half being shot up. That's real PTSD on a whole nother level. With all due respect to everybody's condition, because it's all just as serious. It's very crazy to be feeling like you're crazy and everybody's looking at you crazy. Because you know what happens? You start to feel like, damn, I can't even express this because they're going to think I'm crazy. I was never telling my friends, yo, when I go in the house, I haven't slept for months. And I cry at night because I can't sleep. And I can't sleep because of things I've seen that are like nightmares to me. But when I went through my stage of my spirituality and cleaning my spirit up, doing my studies, becoming a better person, this person you're talking to now, I always told myself, whenever I meet people, I'm going to put all my dirt on the table. So if you're going to respect me for my looks or my mind, first respect me for what I made it through. And if you can't, get the fuck out of here. and I grew through that level. But sometimes what you've been through, it stays on you, a little scent of it. So if you deal with me, even in the present, I'm very pleasing and very eager to talk to, very smart, very loving and caring. But due to abandonment issues, PTSD, depression, and stuff like that, I spend so much of my life now taking care of everybody. And I have organizations that I run on my own, spending my life taking care of everybody. So it's hard for me to find one person to really connect with that not only can get who I am and what I've been through, but that can communicate with me properly, understanding that I understand what they've been through too. And I've heard a lot of women in the past having those miscommunications. That's why on other people's panel, I'm an expert at telling you how if you don't know yourself and she don't know herself, y'all gonna get together, it's gonna be confusing. I've been through it. The experts have experience. And even now, you know, there are people that are pleased with me, people that are not pleased with me. Some people listening now. Tasha, if you're listening, my dear friend, I apologize if I've ever said anything to you that may have sound verbally abusive, because I want to touch on that. I can be so intellectual and so smart, it can come across as if I'm talking down at you instead of talking directly to you. And a lot of women have their own issues to where if you talk to them a certain way, it can trigger something. If you look at them a certain way, it can trigger something. You have women who just stated they have husbands and men who they've been with for years. They still have issues with certain things. And it's not necessarily me, but in particular cases, it's me because I'm not taking the time to understand exactly what that person has been through. If you're a dude, you could be a dude that I've done something to. There's a couple dudes, I ain't gonna name them because that's legal stuff, but there's a couple dudes who I've did stuff to them or did stuff to their family members, court cases and stuff like that, you know, and I got to see these people. The dude who shot me in my leg, that's the fourth time I got shot. I had a communication with him about his sister being molested, and I was there for her, not knowing it was his sister. And me and him are best friends to this day. And we shot each other, you know? So I just want men to understand that these women are very sensitive, as sensitive as she is to react wild or calm or cry. She's that sensitive to everything you say to her and do to her. On the reverse side, women, because often a man's abuse gets downplayed. Women, these men go through stuff too. You don't know what it's like to lay next to me and I bust up 3 a.m, cold sweats. I can't think. You pop a champagne bottle, I start ducking and shooting. We have to understand each other's plight. We have to communicate more, be honest more, apologize, say sorry, hug each other. My bad. It's all good. If it's hashtag unity for real, then stop all the foolishness, the behind the scenes talk. Stop all the lying on each other. Stop all the trying to be better than each other. Hug each other, understand each other. Every male who's met me through this YouTube stuff, I've been cool with them. They'll tell you, yo, that nigga's funny. Or they'll tell you, yo, he's cool, he's real, he's chief. Every female, they'll tell you, he's sincere, he's cool, or whatever the case may be. Let's keep it cool. Because if we disrespect each other, type all these negative things about each other, or hold grudges all day, we are igniting the mental illness more, the pain. When you look at these women and you like, oh, fuck you, bitch, I hope somebody do something crazy to you. You don't hear these stories these women already got? That's a trigger. When you tell a young man like me, oh, I'm gonna shoot you, I'm gonna chop your head off, because when you say it to me, it's not a regular comment. To me, I have a flashback and it's like, you're out to kill me, I gotta come get you first. So we all need to take time out to understand each other, or just stand away from each other respectfully though. And that's all I want to say. That's all I want to say. Thank y'all.
You're welcome, love. You're welcome.
Oh yes, yes. If I might say, like, I want to just share this real quick, like, kids, man, just watch your kids and just look at signs at them, because I just want to say this, like, I come from a 2-parent home. My parents been married before I came out, so, and I wasn't no abused. I ain't never needed, suffered anything like that. Know what I mean? So So everybody that have a depression problem, I don't want y'all to think that it was always the kids that come from the broken homes, or like, or that you ain't got to worry about it because like y'all household is different. You know what I mean? Like you just gotta look at your kids and just watch for the signs and everything like that. Cause go home, like I'm outside with friends. I couldn't relate to a lot of my friends, or most of them, because they'll be whining about their father. And like, mine's come home from work every day. You know what I mean? And so like some people used to think like, well, Derek, you ain't got to do a lot of things that you do, man. Like, well, yeah, true, but what I'm saying? Like, I was wild and I wanted to. You know what I mean? A lot of things I did was because I want. I didn't need to. And I just want to just say that though, 'cause, like I don't want people to think like it's just like the kids from like just because like you ain't gotta worry or think you gotta watch your kids too hard because like what I'm saying, they father in their life and things like that. Like I'm saying, like
No, that's an excellent point.
depression can't be that. Yeah, depression can't be diagnosed while you're pregnant. Like cerebral palsy can be diagnosed while you're pregnant. You know what I mean? Nobody can really tell like what type of mental illness your kid will have until they get a little bit older and develop. I just wanted to say that though, 'cause, like I don't want nobody thinking that it's just like all the guys that had the rough lives, like super rough lives that had it, like nah, and it's for real, and and it's like he said, like when you have it, sometimes it's the funniest thing, something that got nothing to do with anything that could trigger your episode. You know what I mean? And you just have an episode where you just need to be to yourself because you just feel it coming, or it just coming down on you. Yeah, and thank you as well.
You're welcome, love. You're welcome.
That's absolutely excellent. He's absolutely right. It's not just this is not just happening from one parent households,
Right.
two parent households, working, whatever. It can be any household that this particular situation can occur. I also like to say really quickly, Deborah, if you don't mind.
Mm-hmm.
Daryl just spoke on something about fathers. I wouldn't feel right if I wanted to acknowledge that because it needs to be said.
Mm-hmm.
Society, this media, from this television to the movies to YouTube to all of these social media outlets, have made it a point to instill in people that these fathers are intentionally not in their children's lives. And they have made billions of dollars off the single mother syndrome.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it's so easy for them to have on TV the children that are being raised by their mother, no father. Why it's so easy for movies to portray all these working mothers out here, but there is no man. I will tell you, I was raised by my father, but I would tell you that a majority of men out here, these fathers out here that are not in their children's lives, it's not always because they didn't want to be or they don't want to be. A lot of times, a lot of times, they are forced not to be in their children's lives. They are told and or restricted from being in their children's lives. And I feel that's very important to announce because unfortunately we have this panel here, but many men do not have the platform to tell their side of the story as to why they are absent. And because they're not given a media platform as mothers are to explain their side as to why they're not in their children's lives, it has become repetitive. It's ingrained now that there are no good men. It's easy for a lot of women to say, there's no good men out here, fuck them. Part of my language. Fuck her. I've heard women actually become angry over hearing someone talk about being in a relationship. I've 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 witnessed my sisters be so aggressive towards that someone that is in their lives just for the hell of it and then laugh about it. It's not funny. There's supposed to be a masculine energy and a feminine energy. The masculine energy, that man is the protector of his home. That doesn't mean that he is not to feel. That doesn't mean that he's not sensitive. That means he's maintaining a balance of strength and sensitivity. Sisters, my ladies, to be feminine. We're soft. We're nurturing. That's our nature. We are nurturers by nature. We bring life into existence. When that child is inside of us, that child feels everything that we feel. So when your husband, your boyfriend, your fiance, or whomever comes to you and says to you, I'm hurting, please don't shut that man away. Don't make him feel that he's less than a man because he's being vulnerable. That is not a sign of weakness. That is a sign of trust that he has for you to feel comfortable enough to let go. And so many of our men don't feel that trust, that they have the ability to do that. And some of you know what I'm saying. The man, we'll ask our man to do something, and then, or our man is quiet, and well, how come you're not talking? Well, why didn't you just say so? Because hell, you just shut them down. Number one, and number two, they already feel like they can't say or express how they're feeling. If you're constantly, no matter whom it is, man or woman, when you're constantly going at someone, all they're doing are creating walls. It's like brick by brick by brick, and it's steady building and steady building. So now they have a shield because that's their protection. So I just wanted to say that for our floor. I just want to acknowledge the fathers out here. I hear you, I see you, and I want to acknowledge you because I know that you're out here, and I apologize that you are not giving the respect and the acknowledgement and the recognition for being fathers and for trying. And for those that say, well, why don't they go to court? The court system, especially child support, it is not designed for men. It's not. And for a man just to get a lawyer, not everyone has $5,000, $10,000 off the top to retain a lawyer to fight for their child. A lot of times these courts purposely don't give these father rights. They even have visitation rights unless they have a lawyer. So there are fathers out here that legitimately want and are in their children's lives. And I just like for us as women to be more vocal and to be more supportive in acknowledging that for them and for us. And let's be the support that they need for us to be for them. As we always say that we need men and want men to be supportive to us. They need it too. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, thank you. I'm so glad you said that because like I'm experiencing that right now. You know what I'm saying? With because I have multiple baby mamas. I have four. I'm cool with two of them, and two of them I'm not so cool with. And like my first one, well, actually I have three. One is an ex-wife. I got married when I was 19. You know what I'm saying? Like doing what, like I said, by me coming from a two-parent home, I wanted to get into my child. So me doing that. So that was my alarm. So fast forward, right? So that didn't happen or work out as much as it thought it was going to happen because we got married so young, we was teenagers, still in high school and different things like that. So fast forward, right? So I have a different. I'm involved with this other lady. Well, I'm still married and everything, but I'm involved with this other lady, and I have my daughter with me. You know what I mean? Like I'm like we'll come, we'll go hang out, go to the movies, go to the beach or something. Like I have my daughter with me as we together before we even had our child. So we have our child now. Fast forward, me and her not together on the best terms, and now I'm having problems fighting. Well, not fighting, actually fighting. You know what I'm saying? Phone call arguments and like popping up at showing up at a crib arguments and being left outside of the door with Christmas gifts. Honestly, like that hurt my feelings the last couple of years. Being at the door with Christmas gifts and she ain't answering the door for me, ain't actually letting me in the house. Like I not wasn't a type of boyfriend that like put my hands on her or anything like that. Cause like I was always trying to leave by those level because I never seen my father do anything like that. So I knew that that wasn't something that needed to be done. It was nothing that I knew that I needed to be able to do or how to do because for example, I never saw that myself or heard anything like that. Which is another that's how my father was. And my mother, she actually came from that. You know what I mean? Like my grandmother was actually abused by my grandfather. But let me fast forward, stick to the story, right? So I'll have a conversation with my time. I'm like, why are you doing this? Like, why are you doing this to me? Be like, you know how I am about being with my kids and this my girl. You know what I mean? Like, how I am about being with my girls. Me make sure that they have a father influence in their life. Me being with their girls, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, her daughter's here for the summer. You know what I'm saying? Over here living with me for the summer. Like, why you ain't never allow her to come see him and different things like that? And like, I get a bullcrap story, and then like, when it's come down to like, keep your word. She on some games with me, and like to the point where I had to say, like, man, like, do I gotta go put myself on papers just to get my visitation rights? But it's like she said, like, why do I have to put myself on child support and different things like that just to make sure that I could be in my child life the way that a man like me should actually be? You know what I mean? Ain't like she dated me and knew I had kids, but she never saw my kids with me or anything like that. And which is crazy because she come from a single parent home, and like you gotta be careful with that. Cause like that could go two ways. Like it could go from the way of she want the father to be in her kid life, or she don't think that she need the father to be there because her father wasn't there. It's kind of like a crazy thing that I glad that she spoke on. I really appreciate that because that happens a lot.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Okay, guys. Just gonna say a couple of things and then we will end for the night. First thing I want to say is I want to thank all my sisters that came on the panel tonight, shared their stories. All my sisters that was in the chat sharing their stories. But the one thing I want to definitely do is bless up my men in this chat tonight. Chief, Daryl, Jay, Lookin, Lamar, Huggy, G, Six Dynasty. Am I missing any fellas? You guys are our rocks.
Truth Out Loud,
Truth Out Loud,
G,
G, all of y'all. You guys are our rocks. You guys are few and far between. But to my women, just like Tiny said, these men are out here. Good men that's going to love you 100% through all of our faults, all of our imperfections. They're going to love us. None of these guys that I just mentioned had to come over here, other than Daryl.
He has to be here.
He has to be here, other than Looking. You know,
Hey, I already know. Hey,
Reckless.
I ain't gonna miss it.
They got to be
It's
here.
been crazy.
Lamar.
I ain't gonna miss it.
Lamar is in the chat, in the house.
Reckless is here?
Huh?
Is Reckless here?
He was. I think
All
he
right,
stepped
good.
out. But yes, he was here.
He's another brother, absolutely.
Another brother.
Don't forget
And
Huggy Pacino.
I said
Oh,
Huggy.
she
Okay.
said Huggy.
I said, yeah, I
We had
said
to do
Huggy.
Huggy and Reckless.
Okay.
And Reckless.
Oh, and Lee.
Right,
Oh,
and
can't
Lee.
forget about Lee.
Can't forget about Lee. I want to say something special to you, my brothers. The poem that I put out, and I don't know if all of you guys have seen it, but it's a poem for my brothers. I want you guys to listen to that, because that is how I truly feel, and that's how a lot of the ladies on this channel truly feel about y'all. We understand your pain, we feel your pain, and we will speak up against your pain because you guys have done it for us. The channel is not just for women, it's for you guys too, because like Tiny said, y'all need to have a platform to where you guys can feel comfortable wearing your hearts on your sleeves, because we understand that that is hard for you guys to do. We truly believe that, we understand that, and we get it. And yes, we as women can be really hard on you guys. But like Chief said, it's because of what some of us may have been through. And we take it out on the men in our lives. But what makes a strong man is the man that's going to stand up and stick by our side. And you guys have to do the same for them. You need to hold them at night when they're feeling some type of way, when they're crying, when they want to talk. Listen to them. Don't get mad at them because they're not listening to you guys. Take the time out to hear what it is that they need to say and hold them up. Because we are losing our brothers, y'all.
That's right.
We're losing our brothers to a lot of different things. We need to let them know that they are appreciated. Because we always say there won't be you unless there's a mom. No, we carry the seed. But without that man, we won't have a seed to carry. So I need y'all to remember that. Whoever has a husband or a significant other tonight, y'all go to that man and just say, I appreciate you. I love you for all that you do. They need to hear that. We go through issues too, and they go through them probably just as hard as we do. They're the ones that have to go out every day and deal with the BS. A lot worse than what we have to deal with. They're going through it. And all you need to do is just listen. Come to them instead of them coming to you. And them coming to you and saying, how was your day, baby? Go to your husband or your boyfriend and say, how was your day, baby? Sit down. Draw them a bath. Cater to them. Y'all want them to cater to us. It's a two-way street.
That's
Let
right.
them know.
I'm sorry, they come home from a hard day, pour some Epsom salt in that bath water.
That's right.
Because
Rub
they're going to
that shea
get
butter.
That's right.
Rub that shea butter on them legs and on them
Hell
feet.
yeah. Because he's going to get up and do it all over again the next day. Make it right.
Exactly. Have that dinner ready. I'm not saying y'all need to be a Joan Cleaver because I don't have dinner ready every night when my husband come home. But the one thing I do say to my husband when he comes home is, how was your day, baby? How was your night? And he will go on and on and on. And it's so much frustration that's built up. Once he lets it out, he's calm, cool, and collected. He could sit and watch CNN like he wants to. And the best thing about a man, y'all, is to hear them laugh, in my opinion. I love the sound of a man's laughter. When they laugh, I know they feeling good. I know they happy. And for a minute, whatever's going through their mind, whatever they're dealing with, they've forgotten about it for a brief moment. That's all I want to say. I want my men, even the women, please go back into my channel and listen to that poem, because it's something in there for you guys too, for my females, for my sisters, but it's mainly for my brothers. And I love you guys more than anything. I'm going to keep saying that and keep saying it. Y'all probably going to get tired of me saying it. But I love y'all. And I'm here for y'all. I'm y'all ride or die. Everybody in this chat, everybody on this channel. And we're going to keep it that way. And whenever you guys want to open up a panel and talk about anything else, even my men, I will open up my panel. I'll sit back in the cut. But I want y'all to feel safe and comfortable with whatever it is that you guys are going through. Use this channel that we are creating together to voice whatever it is that you need to voice. And just like y'all had our backs tonight, we will have you guys' backs. So that's pretty much all I want to say tonight. I hope that this has been helpful to all of you guys. I hope that this has not triggered any bad things. I hope that everybody can go to bed tonight with a clean head, clean heart. Be ready for that struggle that we all go through on a day-to-day basis. And like I end all of our videos, we go through battles every single day, but we come out of those battles stronger every day. So if anybody else in the panel has any final words, we can wrap it up for tonight.
All right. I'll leave it with a smile so everybody can laugh. This is for my brothers out here. Just so you'll know, we do appreciate a good smelling man. So when y'all step out that shower, that bathtub, and you get all shea buttered up and everything, and you slap on some smell good, baby, bye. So we may not say it, but trust. But we see you.
Yes, we do.
We see you.
We see you.
And we smell you too.
And
Hell
we smell
yeah.
you.
Well, I just want to say thank you to you, Stronger. I want to say thank you to everybody here. I definitely want to say thank you to all the ladies who shared their pain very freely, um, and just was honest about what they went through. And it's good what you said, Stronger, about I'll call you Mama, Stronger. I feel like I have to give you some kind of respect because you're my elder. But I feel like what you said about women understanding us too, It's very important because a person like me, like I said, spent my whole life caring for the world, and people just don't get how to care for me because it's like he's Superman. He don't need no help, you know. So I appreciate you having me up here. Last night we were on Monty's channel discussing mental illness. I appreciate her for having me up there. I appreciate all of you guys because I went from being a guy who just deals with intellectual stuff and all the things I do in real life to admiring a lot of these people on YouTube who make channels about certain information. And I want to give a shout out to them, if I may,
Yes.
who brought me into the circle of being on panels and stuff, talking with these people. I know I am who I am in my world, but to me, these people are somebody too. And now that includes you, Stronger Every Day, Mama Stronger. That includes G's Lounge, you know, put me on his panel so I can talk and get my messages across. Planet of Fakes on his channel, Truth Out Loud. Everybody we all mess with, Feds, boom, all kind of reckless. That's my guy right there. Huggy Pacino, all the people we mess with. I just want to say thank all of y'all for even believing in this hashtag unity because I always told people when they asked me about the purple stuff involving the Kanika case, purple was an agenda. The agenda was unity. And on our level, it means unity between us because look how we've all became investigators and we all got cool and it led to something like this. On a bad note, is unity for a world order and all those other things that we're not going to discuss now. At the end of the day, the ladies, I hope you got something out of it for yourself and for how to treat and deal with men and what to expect from men and what not to deal with. For people who have kids, I really hope this makes you pay more attention to your kids if you haven't. I really hope this makes you ask your kids about the, you know, the good places to touch, the bad places to touch if you haven't done that. Because we live in an era where there's no common sense, so you can't just expect people to know to do that. I appreciate all the ladies because y'all made it cool for me to feel like wear your heart on your sleeve sometimes. I ain't got nothing to hide. I'm the kind of person, by the time you tell me something bad about me, I already told you the first day I met you. So if somebody tells you, yo, he used to do this, I already told you that. But it has to be women to set the environment to make men feel comfortable. Women, y'all are the ones who got not y'all personally, but women are the ones who got these dudes thinking it's okay to wear skinny jeans. Because when a masculine man like me tell him, what the fuck is this? A woman comes out of nowhere and say, oh, leave them alone, they're cute. So women are the gatekeepers. So when you see women opening the floodgates to their emotions, you have to let them. Me, DC, you see how humble we've been all night. We just sit back and chill. We really are interested in helping and understanding y'all view and then giving y'all our view so we can have good exchange and interchange information. So last but not leastly, thank all of y'all. Thank the listeners. Thank the panel. Thank the channel, the chat, everybody. Peace and love. And I'm sure everybody knows how to contact me. I'm only available on email or Google Hangouts. You know, so peace and love, y'all.
And peace and love to you. And Chief, you have a channel, right?
Yeah. I haven't really started uploading the kind of content like this that I want to, but I'm slowly getting into it.
Okay. Well, you guys, Chief, put your channel in there so that put something in the chat so they can click on you and you go ahead and subscribe, y'all. Subscribe to Chief, please. Subscribe to Daryl TV, Sky, Baby Blues, Vonnie Boo. Anybody else have a channel that wants to let people know y'all have a channel? Put it in there. Flood that chat with y'all channels. Everybody support everybody. Moni, everybody.
Marquita 83,
Marquita 83, all of y'all.
Lamar Brand TV.
Thank you, Moni. You're welcome, baby.
Truth Out Loud, Brittany Chanel, BRITNEY.
Make sure y'all go to the Really Von 4
and 5.
and 5. Make sure y'all hit Huggy up.
1 through 9. No, I'm sorry, 2 through 9.
But he
2
going live on
through 9.
7. We
Going
already
live on
spoke.
7.
We already spoke on that earlier, so no, so we ain't gonna get on that now. But it's a good note to leave on to laugh
Yeah.
on though.
So yes, my loves, you guys support each other. We got this movement going, y'all, and we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna continue to hold each other up.
Oh, lovely one. Don't forget about lovely one.
Oh yes,
Miss
Oh yeah, yeah,
Gemini.
yeah.
Miss
Gemini.
Rada Guy.
Oh, Miss
Subscribe
Gemini.
to him,
Miss Gemini
please.
got the
Miss
best cooking
Gemini
channel on
be
YouTube.
working with that food, y'all.
Man, go to
I
Miss Gemini for
know.
that cooking, man. I gotta make me an egg roll just for her. I'm gonna make an egg roll. I'm gonna send her a
Yes.
picture. Like,
I told her my brother. No, go ahead.
now I'm gonna send her a picture of my egg roll. Like, look what you taught me. Like, look.
I told my brother
definitely
made that
watching you.
that bacon wrapped sausage recipe that she did. Oh, he tore that up. And it was
Yep.
so
Yeah.
easy because he had opportunity to do it, prepare it with his boys.
Yeah.
He loved it.
Yep. I'm still working on that stuff because, man, every time I look at her channel, I'm like, dang, I'm so hungry. I be wanting to make everything.
Yeah. I just
All
love
right,
this.
my baby. So
Yeah.
we're going to end tonight.
Oh, all kinds of reckless.
Oh, yes.
Subscribe to all kinds of
We can't
reckless.
forget my baby. All kind of reckless. G. Y'all make sure y'all sub to G.
Uncle Fed.
Yo, we only shouting out us and each other. You hear me?
The real Yvonne.
Yeah.
I think she's on channel number 4 now.
4.
Nah, she on 5 and 4.
5 and 4.
Yeah.
Lamar Brand TV.
Lamar Brand
Lamar
TV.
Brand TV.
That's right. The radio, the DJ
Rebel.
of the YouTube. Subscribe to
Everybody's
him.
in team unity, man. Everybody's in team unity. We only finna be worried and concerned about ourselves, man. All the negativity, we blacking it out. It's a blackout for them. They ain't no longer getting that. They no longer having their names come out of our mouths. They black out. We only shouting out us and each other.
That's right. We done with that.
Rebel Radio.
Raw Rebel
a very
Radio.
positive brother. Please subscribe to him.
Oh, and World News. World News.
Yes, World News. World News too.
World News too. And it's spelled, it's W-U. It's not W-O, it's W-U. W-U-R-L-D.
That's crazy. He on 2 now, man. See, that's what we talking about. He must been on that pole too.
Right.
Especially after that conversation he had on Fizz channel. Remember he had on Fizz channel? Like, he was a target after that.
He was a target after that.
Miss Crenshaw. Please subscribe to Miss Crenshaw.
Oh yeah, that's our lawyer.
Miss Crenshaw, y'all.
That's our YouTube lawyer.
Yes, she
I know
is.
y'all probably forgot half the names we said, but yes. We
Don't
all
worry,
kind of
we
roll in the
watch it over,
same
you can see it
circles. We
again.
all hang in the same chat, so it's pretty easy to find everybody. We all rock with each other like that.
The real
So
Yvonne,
if we,
she got like 1,600 channels now, right?
yeah, I think she's on her 5th, 4 and 5.
Who, Miss Crenshaw?
No,
Miss Crenshaw's still on her. She's
Yvonne.
one.
Yeah, Yvonne, man. You know, Yvonne speak too much truth and too much real, man. She too good.
Yeah.
That's why they stay trying to get her out the picture. So yeah, wherever you found her, subscribe to her.
Yes, and Yvonne, if you listening, Sky Baby didn't mean to.
I am so sorry. My phone froze up. It blocked like 6 people. I want to apologize to everybody that got blocked. I did not try to do it. My screen froze up and it was just blocking everybody. So I had to turn the phone off. I deeply want to say I'm sorry for that.
Yeah, she didn't mean it, y'all. Her phone are up.
It was a mistake. So I will go back in and I will undo that. We don't want Miss Von going in on us.
No, please don't get me. Please, Yvonne, don't get me. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry.
Sky, Yvonne love us, Yvonne. I mean, Sky love. Yvonne love us, Sky.
I know, but I don't want her to think that it was on purpose. It wasn't. Because I tried to fix it, but there's no new features and everything. It would even. I don't know what's up with
the new YouTube.
Yeah, you see the new features now. They talking about hiding. Like what happened to the
Yeah, it's
band?
like hide. It's like, what the heck is hide? Now
Yeah.
I've been trying to do the hide on the comments and they still show up. It's like I have to go through everyone one by one by one by one. Instead of just finding one person that I want to delete, it should delete all of their comments. But I gotta go
I know the
one by
trick to
one,
that.
one by one.
I know the trick to that. The trick to that is when you click on their profile to go to their channel, you just go to that little thing where that flag is at, and you can block them that way. That way they can't say nothing else. That's why you don't see Clown Shoes coming over there on my stuff no more. But Rob showed up.
Listen,
Okay.
man,
I ain't know who the hell Rob was to block him.
I told people
I had to block
yesterday,
Clown Shoes anyway because there's a flag on my channel. I'm like, man, let me make it where you can't see my channel.
you gotta get the Cheesy Cake YouTube protection program.
What's that? What's that?
You gotta get the Cheesy Cake YouTube protection program. That nigga is unstoppable.
Right.
Whoever's on his Cheesy Cake, that's what I call him.
Yeah, man.
He got the special American Express YouTube protection program. You cannot get him on YouTube. That's what we need. We need to find out who's his connect, and we need to get the Cheesy Cake plan, the package plan.
We gotta
I
find
know, right?
out.
I'm starting to think we should call him Fizz instead of Pocket Change. You know, Pocket Change, I think we might have to get that Fizz name to Cheesy.
Cheesy Cake. That's a new one. I like that one, Cheesy.
Cheesy.
I like that too. I like that too.
I told them I
Cheesy
got names for all of them. You got Cheesy Cake, you got Marco Homo, you got Rabbi's Chicken.
Yeah, Rabbi's Chicken. Oh yes,
Chicken.
yes, that's perfect. Rabbi's
And that's just that group. Now in the other group, I don't want to touch on too much because you know there's some J4K people in here, but you got Mama Terra and all of them, Lionor. Everybody got names. And the Fruity Flamers, you got Jetta Dickhead. You got all of them.
Yeah, them niggas.
You know what I mean?
Oh my gosh.
For the record, though, people, I just want y'all to know, son. Please notice I did my homework on this. I'm gonna do even more homework a little bit later tonight through my phone. Fake News TV is Straight Drop. I'm trying to tell y'all that. Straight Drop and Fake News TV. That's his accounts.
Wow.
I believe that too, because the little things that I did on what you call them, Cheesy Cake.
Yeah, Cheesy Cake.
The little thing I did, y'all, with the meme that P Smith did with him riding in a little car.
Mm-hmm.
He put, I'm very disappointed. It's like, dude, what are you disappointed about? So now that you said that,
he throwing out hints and signs. See, the first thing that made me think he was him, it was the people that he was only making fun of. It was only making fun of the people that like he liked it. You know what I mean? Like that's why I say like I study these niggas before I pay attention to these niggas. Before I say something to these niggas, I already study them. I watch who they watch and I pay attention to how they speak to who. And then he even made a new video. What was that? Today or yesterday? And look who was all on there the most. Clown Shoes and Straight Drop. And Straight Drop and what's his name? Ooh. Why is y'all only showing y'all particular faces that much? And y'all the two clowners ass niggas in this community.
Right.
And why is you able to upload 2 of his videos, if not 2, 3 now? 3 of somebody else's videos?
Right.
Just because it's your channel. Just like when you see one of my videos on, just like we see my videos on Darrell Caesar TV or the Caesar Show. That's because both of them is me. Just like my face is there. You know what I mean? I had to look that up. I had to keep watching videos a little bit harder. Like, nigga, that's you. That's why, you nigga, it's you. That's your extra account, man. And then he made a video saying he got 8 accounts. So you saying you got 8 accounts and Fake News TV ain't one of them? Fake News Tubers ain't one of them? Fake News Tubers is Straight Drop.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I don't want, like, I know y'all say like, oh, that the real getting angry again. Like, I'm gonna calm down. And I just want to say I love everybody in this chat channel, man. Y'all the best. I love y'all, man. I love all y'all, man. And because the chat room was so understanding and helpful and together.
Yes.
And I want to thank y'all for that. I want to thank y'all for that.
Y'all
Love
were
y'all.
doing so good with one another. Y'all was loving up each other, and I love y'all for that. We ain't had no drama. Everybody did good. I did really good. My mods, y'all did good as always. You held it down. Chief,
Yes.
did I mod you up?
No, you didn't, Mama Stronger.
Something in the. How old are you?
33.
I'm only 45. I'm not that old.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
I had a girlfriend that was 45, but I was like 27.
Well, see, I don't have to be mama stronger. That make me feel like I'm 90.
I'm gonna call you Auntie Stronger.
Yes. Go ahead and put
All
something in
right.
the chat for me, babe, and I'm gonna give you a wrench.
All right.
Hey, Big Meaty. Yes, we still here. We finna get off now. I'm just waiting for Chief to put something in the chat. If anybody, y'all been wanting to know who been making the memes for our channel, it's the one and only lovely P. Smith, y'all. She is the one that's been rocking out the memes on Josie Cake. If anybody
Oh,
wanted to know.
I need her to email me. Straight up, we get a couple of them.
Yep. Yep. She has been doing that for us, y'all. All right, Chief, you are all good. Put something else in, baby, so I can make sure your wrench is going to show up. For some reason, Daryl wasn't showing up for a minute.
All right.
You're welcome, A.M. Mindja. You're welcome. Vonnie, you always. But I love you, baby. I know you got some things going on with them twins. All right, Chief, you are good, baby. Everybody's good. We dropping something tomorrow. I don't know quite what it is. After I drop this live, y'all, if there's any other topics you guys want to have a panel on, please leave it in the comment section. I will be more than happy to do that for you guys. I love you too, Moni. If there's nothing else, we're all good for the night. I want you guys to have a wonderful, wonderful evening. Stay blessed up, stay prayed up. Give them hugs and kisses to them babies, them significant others. Make sure to look at yourselves and say, I am a survivor. I am strong. I am a warrior. Hashtag we all we got. Hashtag unity, y'all.
Thank you again. Peace and love, Auntie.
Peace and love. Peace and love, my babies.
All
Okay?
love,
So
all
I will
love.
talk to you guys.
Peace, love, and light.
Talk to you guys later. Peace and love. Peace and love. All right. I love y'all. Good night.
Good night.